Chapter 1421. Yin Yang came to the Thousand Beast Alliance to propose marriage, but why was he captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance? Regarding this news, there were many different opinions, and no one could confirm the truth. Only Yin Yang and the Thousand Beast Alliance knew the truth. The reason was not because of Yin Yang, but because of the person Yin Yang brought with him. That person was called Yin Fu, and he was Yin Yang's guardian elder. He had unintentionally said something, and it brought about a fatal disaster. It was because Yin Fu had secretly said something to Yin Yang in the Thousand Beast Alliance. If the young lord can marry the Holy Lady, and the Vermilion Bird is the Holy Lady's mount, it will belong to the Yin clan, and we will have the power to command all beasts. When he said this, he thought that no one was present, and he had only said it very softly. He did not expect the Thousand Beast Alliance to hear it. When they were captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance, they did not understand why his words had spread. At that time, he had noticed that there was no one around. Later, he found out that the place where they were arranged to stay had a low-level spiritual rat beast. It was this slight oversight that led to a huge mistake, and he could not rest in peace. Because no matter what rank the spirit beasts were, although they could not speak the human language, but in the Thousand Beast Alliance before the Holy Lady, she could use the beast language to communicate with them, and she could learn all kinds of information from them. Hence, the Thousand Beast Alliance immediately sent someone to kill Yin Fu in front of Yin Yang and the others. After all, the Thousand Beast Alliance was not very reasonable, and they were not good at communicating or explaining anything. Yin Fu saying such things behind their backs undoubtedly made the Thousand Beast Alliance suspect that the Yin clan was up to no good. The people that Yin Yang brought with him were not weak, but in the territory of the Thousand Beast Alliance, it was impossible for them to resist. Fortunately, the Thousand Beast Alliance was worried about the Yin clan's strength, and did not kill Yin Yang. Instead, they asked Yin Yang to send someone back to the Yin clan, and let the Yin clan come and discuss this matter. At that time, when Ling Xiao had just arrived at the Yin clan, the people that Yin Yang sent back had not returned, or else Ling Xiao would have known that Yin Yang was in trouble in the Thousand Beast Alliance. However, he did not know why the Yin clan had started a war with the Thousand Beast Alliance here. Perhaps the two sides couldn't come to an agreement? On the other side of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, there was a battle team riding on earthly flame tigers. All of them wore fire attribute divine armors, and held fire divine weapons in their hands. They appeared incomparably awe-inspiring and exceptionally domineering. This 300-strong team was the Flame Tribe's Flame Guards, the strongest team in the Sky Sparrow domain. Among them, there were 30 Senjin of Goguryeo from the Tianke domain. All of them possessed extraordinary combat strength. Besides them, there were 10 half-incipient God Realm experts guarding the formation. All of them were releasing powerful auras that shook the entire sky. The Thousand Beast Alliance didn't have many warriors, only dozens of them. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 half-incipient God Realm warriors. The rest of them were at King God Realm. However, they had countless spirit beasts to rely on. Looking at the dense horde of beasts behind them, most people would be so scared that their legs would go weak. There were around 600 to 700 holy beasts at the front of this horde. Moreover, there were more than 10 mutated holy beasts at the peak of level 10. Their fighting competence could be compared to half-incipient God Realm experts. Just these holy beasts were enough to resist any challenge. The one who had just attacked was a half-incipient God Realm expert of the Flame Tribe. His opponents were 2 peak level 10 holy beasts. This was just the appetizer before the real battle. The real battle hadn't started yet. If it was a desperate battle, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to the Flame Tribe. However, the members of the Flame Tribe seemed to be fearless. They didn't seem to be afraid at all. Obviously, they also had a powerful support. Otherwise, they would have been frightened and retreated a long time ago. Indeed, on the peak of the 9 heavens, there were several figures holding the line in the sky. Both sides were restraining themselves. The Yin clan had actually sent out 3 supreme martial artists, 1 mid-level and 2 low-level supreme martial artists. These 3 people were Yin Tianba, Yin Gongxiu, and Yin Xiaolong. Among them, besides having the mid-level supremes, Yin Tianba was also a divine tool master. He was very famous in the Sky Sparrow domain. Yin Tianba had a dignified appearance. He looked middle-aged, but his aura was very domineering. It matched his name well. On the other hand, Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong looked much older. However, their fiery aura made people not dare to look at them directly. The fact that they could come to the Thousand Beast mountain range at the same time proved the importance of Yan Yang, the young master of the Flame tribe. After all, Yan Yang was the most favored direct descendant of the Flame tribe's supreme medicine god. They couldn't allow anything to happen to him. Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Without a supremes, the members of the Flame tribe wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. On the other hand, the Thousand Beast Alliance only had a peak low-level supreme being holding the line. However, this supreme being had two mutated holy beasts, both of which had reached level 11. This supreme being was called Ma Yanquan. He was a top-notch beast tamer. He was the junior brother of the previous alliance master. He had a supreme position in the Thousand Beast Alliance. Ma Yanquan looked a little stiff. He was wearing a set of animal skin clothes. His face was sunken and his hair was sparse. He looked like he was in his 70s. However, his blood qi was still very vigorous. His divine eyes emitted a thick evil aura. Beside Ma Yanquan was the current hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance, Shen Kunbeo. He was also a top-notch beast tamer. He was the direct disciple of the previous hegemon. He looked middle-aged and wore leather armor. He held an ancient horn in his hand. He had the power of a half-incipient god realm expert. He was riding on a level 11 mutated gale leopard. The five of them were talking in the sky. The atmosphere was full of the smell of gunpowder. Ma Yanquan hegemon Shen, I will say it one more time. Hand over my yin yang. Otherwise, the Flame tribe will fight to the death with your Thousand Beast Alliance. Yan Tianba looked at the two people not far from them and said, Yan Tianba, I have already said it clearly. If you want our people, show us your sincerity. Now you have come with great fanfare. Do you really think that the Thousand Beast Alliance is easy to bully? Ma Yanquan snorted coldly and continued. You Yan clan people are really scheming. You actually want to marry our holy lady, and even want to annex our Thousand Beast Alliance. What a great scheme. Now, we are only detaining your people, and that is already giving you face. If not, we would have killed them long ago. It was true. Although the Thousand Beast Alliance had countless spirit beasts in the mountain range to rely on, if they really fought with the Flame tribe, the holy beasts that were below level 10 and above would not be much of a threat. The Thousand Beast Alliance had to think carefully. However, they did not expect the Flame tribe to come with great fanfare. They had no choice but to be on guard. Even if our Yen clan has offended you, you're asking for too much. You actually want 10 Supreme God pills and 200 God King pills. It's impossible for our Yen clan to hand over that amount so easily. Moreover, we don't even know if the people of the Thousand Beast Alliance are purposefully trying to frame us, said Yan Tianba. Afterwards he added, but we're not unreasonable people. We'll give you 50 God King pills, and release them immediately. That's our bottom line. If you really can't do it, then we'll fight. Yan Tianba's words were already a concession. After all, this was the territory of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Although he, a mid-level supreme being, was very powerful, there were even more powerful existences in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He had no choice but to think for others. If the Thousand Beast Alliance really did not agree, then they could only fall out. 5 Supreme God pills and 150 Divine King pills. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Shin Kunbeo followed Ma Yanquan's words and said straightforwardly, the Flame tribe actually wanted to swallow up the Thousand Beast Alliance. If they did not make the Flame tribe pay, they would really think that they were pushovers. Looks like we can only fight. Yan Tianba roared angrily. The fiery divine spear appeared in his hand. This was a true ancient god artifact, causing his aura to instantly reach its strongest point, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want to fight in our Thousand Beast mountain range, I will let you know how the word death is written. Ma Yanquan said fiercely. The 3 11th rank saint beasts beside him roared in shock. Their powerful aura caused the space to collapse. Yan Tianba took the lead and charged towards the outer region. Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong immediately followed behind. Ma Yanquan also charged forward with the 3 11th rank Saint Beasts. Shin Kunbeo blew his horn and let his Gale Leopard follow Ma Yanquan. As the sovereigns and the 11th rank Saint Beasts charged towards the outer region, the battle in the Thousand Beast mountain range began. Shin Kunbeo's horn signaled the start of the battle. All the Saint Beasts that were flying in the sky attacked at the same time. More than 10 incipient God Realm experts of the Fire Clan and 300 Yen guards didn't retreat. They scattered and started to attack in different directions. However, their goal was precise. They wanted to kill the Thousand Beast Alliance. Then the Saint Beasts wouldn't be able to control the Saint Beasts anymore. At that time, they wouldn't be a threat anymore. However, although their idea was good, breaking the defense of so many Saint Beasts was as difficult as climbing up to the sky. Moreover, the Saint Beasts' attacks were so overwhelming that they could kill even gods and demons. The roars of Saint Beasts spread in all directions, and waves of shocking explosions spread in all directions. Multicolored attributed energy continuously splashed out, and many of the mountains below were blasted full of holes by the splashing energy. This was the Thousand Beast Alliance's territory. The Fire Clan had the absolute advantage. However, if they fought here, it would destroy their living environment. The Fire Clan was strong. One of them could deal with many Saint Beasts. However, the Thousand Beast Alliance had so many Saint Beasts that they couldn't kill all of them. It was destined that the two super forces would suffer a lot of losses after this battle. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Moe had quietly arrived near the battlefield. Seeing such a fierce battle, Ling Xiao knew that this was beyond his imagination. He could only wait and see before making a plan. However, he thought that it was meaningless to stay. After this battle, would it be possible for him to ask the Heavenly Lady for the Genesis Stone? The moment he was about to leave, he saw a beam of divine light dashing towards him. Chapter 1422. If the Fire Tribe dared to attack the Wanshou Alliance, they must have something to rely on. Besides the 3 Supremes, among the 10 half-incipient God Realm experts, 2 of them had the competence close to the Supremes. At the same time, they had the real low-grade ancient god weapons, which gave them a big advantage in terms of weapons. They could kill everywhere. The 2 of them were Yen Songjun and Yen Wuchen. They were riding on top of their flaming tigers. One of them held a blazing divine spear, while the other held a falling fire divine hammer. Both of them had terrifying divine powers. Their attacks weren't any weaker than an ordinary Supreme Master's. Under their slaughter, the holy beasts were torn apart and blood splashed everywhere. The 2 of them were exceptionally fierce, but it didn't mean that the Wanshou Alliance's holy beast army was weak. The Wanshou Alliance also had several peak level 10 holy beasts. They had mutated divine powers and could launch attacks that were hard to defend against. Many flame guards were bitten to death. It could be said that the Wanshou Alliance had used up their god kings in this battle, while the Wanshou Alliance had used up their holy beasts. From the looks of it, the Wanshou Alliance had the absolute advantage. But the Fire Tribe was not willing to retreat. Yen Songjun killed his way through the holy beasts and went after the beast tamers. There were peak level 10 holy beasts in front of the beast tamers, but they couldn't stop Yen Songjun's determination to kill his enemies. 2 beast tamers were stabbed by his spear. After all, beast tamers had the ability to summon and tame spirit beasts. However, their cultivation and combat abilities were far behind those at the same level. How dare you? You actually dared to kill my Union's senior elder. You will not have a good death. Shin Kunbeo shouted from the back of the formation, and blew the bugle horn again. The Sacred Beast Army immediately sent out several powerful sacred beasts and charged towards Yen Songjun. At the same time, a swarm of yellow bees came from another direction. There were more than 10,000 of them. Each of them was at least level 8, and the strongest was level 10. At the same time, they thrust their poisonous needles towards the Fire Tribe with extremely sharp auras. Arg. Not all of the god kings of the Yen race had a flawless defense. Among them, 20 to 30 god kings had been turned into porcupines by these yellow wasps' venom and died. In the distance, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to absorb all the divine souls. In this chaotic battle, no one would care about him. Moreover, he had Moe by his side, so those holy beasts wouldn't attack them. At this moment, A dazzling divine light flashed in the sky. A fiery red color appeared, and a loud and clear voice rang out. Whoosh! This voice was clear and loud, carrying with it an incomparable intent to charge into the 9 heavens. The raging fire spread from far to near, like the sudden appearance of a burning cloud. A beast's shadow flickered, like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, gorgeous and beautiful. As this cry rang out, the majority of people and spirit beasts were attracted. 2 divine birds spread their wings, one big and one small, both looking exactly the same. Their heads were like common birds. There was nothing special about them, but the fiery red crowns on their heads exuded a noble and dazzling aura. The feathers on their long necks were like pieces of scale armor, appearing incomparably strange. When they spread their wings, they seemed to be 10,000 meters long. Those fiery red and soft feathers flashed with a fiery light, giving off an extremely imposing aura. Their long tails were neatly combed, extremely pleasing to the eye. Their eyes were sharp, their beaks were sharp, and their claws were sharp. All of them displayed the elegance of a divine beast. The vermilion bird divine beast, on par with the true dragon, white tiger and black tortoise, was a supreme monarch among beasts. The other 5 divine beasts, Chilan Hundun, Golden Crow, Tautai and Kuanpung, were all ranked below it. It was rumored that many divine beasts had already gone extinct, but the vermilion bird divine beast was known to the world. It was still alive, not as mysterious as the other divine beasts. It was just that the place where it lived was one of the forbidden areas for humans, and no one could easily approach it, let alone capture it. But now 2 of these vermilion birds had suddenly appeared, truly shocking the world. The people of the Tianke domain had long known that the Thousand Beast Alliance's heavenly lady possessed the vermilion bird divine beast, but they did not know that she had 2 vermilion birds. This caused the people of the Yen clan to be extremely shocked. If the vermilion bird divine beasts weren't strong enough, they wouldn't think much of it. However, these 2 vermilion bird divine beasts were already strong enough. Especially the larger one. It had already surpassed the 10th level, and became an 11th level supreme divine beast. A peak mid-level 11th level divine beast. With its strength, it could definitely challenge a high-level supreme being. As for the smaller one, it was a mid-level 10th level divine beast, and its battle strength was similarly not inferior to a peak mid-level god king or high-level god king. On the back of the smaller vermilion bird divine beast, there was a woman with long hair that reached her hips. She wore a phoenix feather on her head, and a divine robe that was specially made from phoenix feathers. She stood with her hands by her side, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, making her look incomparably elegant. Just from her figure alone, she seemed slightly slender, and her breasts were slightly smaller than those of the surging waves, but they were still firm and firm. Her waist was very slender, as if it could be grasped in one hand. Her buttocks were slightly raised, and compared to Xinyu Xiangma's round and plump figure, it was a size smaller. She looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, just like a lotus bud that was about to bloom. But her pair of jade-like slender legs that were exposed were the part of her body that she was most proud of. They were slender and longer than ordinary people's legs, and every inch of her skin shimmered like pure jade. That feeling of elasticity and strength was undeniable. Any man would wish to be clamped between such a pair of slender and strong legs. And that wonderful feeling of being clamped between them. What kind of refreshing feeling was that? When she came a little closer, that delicate, round face came into view. She did not have the suffocating beauty of Yin Mingqi, Yin Daijiao, Lu Piapiao and the others, but she had a kind of demure, gentle and pure temperament, giving people a feeling that it was very easy to get close to her, just like a little girl next door, making people like her from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of temperament was very similar to Xiaoling's, but Xiaoling had that kind of ethereal beauty that made people not dare to blaspheme or hurt him. While this kind of closeness came from the source, as if anyone who saw her would feel that she was a very kind and pure girl next door, and couldn't help but want to get close to her. In short, she and Xiaoling each had their own merits, but there were also similarities. If you were to compare her with Yin Mingqi, Yin Daijiao and the others, she might not be as beautiful as them, but her popularity could be on par with them, or even surpass them, because this kind of temperament indeed had an attraction that ordinary people couldn't resist. She was one of the most respected people in the Thousand Beast Alliance, the granddaughter of the old Alliance leader. No one knew what her name was. The old Alliance leader had called her Holy Lady since she was young, and everyone in the Alliance also called her that. Not far from her, a fire phoenix carrying a few people who were being controlled came over. These people were Yen Yang from the Yen clan, and the guardian elder who came with him. Their strength had been sealed, and they looked very dispirited, but they didn't seem to have suffered any real injuries. "All of you stop fighting," she said anxiously. Her pure voice was filled with care and concern, and it made people's hearts beat faster. Everyone and all the holy beasts stopped fighting, and the two groups of people split up. In the short fight just now, the Thousand Beast Alliance had lost many holy beasts, but the Yen clan had also lost a third of their Yen guards. It was obvious that the two super forces had suffered heavy losses in the fight just now. "Holy Lady, why did you bring them out?" Shin Kunbeo asked discontentedly when he arrived near the Holy Lady. "I brought them here because I didn't want them to get hurt," the Holy Lady replied calmly, and then walked towards the nearest injured nine-tailed fox spirit. She looked at the nine-tailed fox spirit and said with pity, "Little Bai, are you in pain? I'll apply some medicine for you, and you'll be fine soon." The concern she showed was not the slightest bit artificial, and seemed especially sincere. The nine-tailed fox spirit bumped her forehead against the Holy Lady's palm, and said, "Holy Lady, I'm fine. Thank you and the Empress for coming to see us." At this time, Yen Songjun saw Yen Yang, who was tied up, and immediately exclaimed, "Yen Yang, are you okay?" Yen Yang shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "Grandpa, I'm fine. Don't be rash. This time, we were indeed in the wrong, so we can't blame them. Trouble really comes from the mouth." Yen Songjun had already learned the truth from the person who had reported to him, and he replied, "No matter what, our fire tribe has shown enough sincerity. It was them who asked for too much." Shin Kunbeo pushed Yen Yang and the others behind him, and then he said to Yen Songjun, "Originally we didn't touch your people, but today's battle was provoked by you. Now I will kill them, and the fire tribe will not rest until one of us is dead." Shin Kunbeo was the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance, and he had never been afraid of the fire tribe. However, the fire tribe had dared to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance, and now they had come to kill them. He had decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with the fire tribe. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yen Yang and the others. As he was a half-incipient God Realm expert, his all-out attack was enough to smash Yen Yang and the others into meat paste. "Shin Kunbeo, stop. Otherwise, I will flatten your Thousand Beast mountain range." Yen Songjun roared angrily. He wanted to rush over to help, but he was blocked by dozens of holy beasts. Yen Wuchen also shouted in fright, "Stop. Otherwise, all of you will die." The fire tribe's people were all enraged, and they once again launched the fiercest attack towards the holy beast army. The Holy Lady also saw Shin Kunbeo's attack, and she also shouted, "Hegemon, let them go. Grandpa said that it's enough to teach them a lesson." Unfortunately, her words weren't persuasive at all. Shin Kunbeo was still going his own way, and his giant palm had already descended on Yin Yang and the others. It was just a short distance away from killing them. At this moment of imminent peril, a ghostly figure moved. Chapter 1423. Shin Kunbeo had no intention to fight to the death with the Yen clan. After all, the Yen clan was still the #1 faction in the Tianke domain. Although the Thousand Beast Union was on par with the Yen clan was not as strong as the Yen clan. Although the Wanshou alliance was on par with the Yen clan, they did not have the support of the spirit beasts in the mountain range. Moreover, even if they had all the spirit beasts to rely on, the Yen race's supreme divine alchemy god's old ancestors' rallying power within the Heaven Sparrow domain was astonishing. Moreover, they had close to 10 divine alchemists and divine tool masters. Their rallying power was also terrifying. As long as they promised divine pills or divine weapons as a reward, many people would join the Yen clan to fight against the Wanshou alliance. It was also because of this that the Wanshou alliance only killed him after Yen Fu's arrogant words. They did not touch anyone else. However, he had already lost all sense of reason, because Yen Songjun had just killed 2 of their inner sect elders, and they were both high-level Saint Beast masters. Furthermore, the Yen clan members were still slaughtering people in their Thousand Beast Alliance's territory. He had already decided to fight to the death with the Yen clan. He had always known that the Holy Lady was kind, but he was the Wanshou Alliance's leader. Everything he did must be done with the Wanshou Alliance's honor in mind. Now was not the time to be merciful. Even if he let Yin Yang and the others go, they would not be able to negotiate with the Yen clan. So he might as well kill them. The Yen clan wanted to rush over and save Yin Yang, but they were blocked by layers of sacred beasts. They could only look at the dust in front of them. Just as Yin Yang and the others were about to die under Shen Kunbeo's hands, a figure rushed out from a corner with unparalleled speed. Like a ghost, the silhouette shuttled past the gigantic bodies of the Saint Beasts, evading every single one of their attacks. That figure directly swept in front of Yin Yang and the others, immediately bringing them to another corner. Rumble. When that person led Yin Yang and the others away, Shen Kunbeo's earth-shattering strike blasted down, and it shook the surrounding space to the point it ceaselessly rumbled down, and it was deafening without end. Who dares to ruin my plans? Shen Kunbeo shouted angrily. If the Fire Clan managed to save Yin Yang and the others, all the men and Saint Beasts of the Thousand Beasts Alliance would have died in vain. That person did not reply. Instead, he led Yin Yang and the others in the direction of the Yen clan. His speed was so fast that those Saint Beasts were actually unable to stop him. However, it was impossible for him to get to the Yen tribe's side so easily. Under Shen Kunbeo's command, a few spiritual beasts at the peak of the 10th rank immediately attacked that person. The terrifying elemental powers covered the entire sky and bombarded the area. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't endure it. We must exterminate them. Shen Kunbeo roared angrily. Looks like we really can't save them if we don't get serious. That person laughed bitterly and used all his strength to throw Yin Yang and the others towards the Yen clan. Then he shouted at the Yen clan, "Quick, catch them!" Yin Yang and the others were sent flying. However, Yin Yang was able to clearly see who the person who had saved him was. A look of disbelief appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Divine! Divine Master Ling?" It was true. The one who had saved Yin Yang was Ling Xiao, who had been hiding nearby. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to help them. Once he did, it meant that he was standing on the opposite side of the Thousand Beast Alliance. It would be impossible for the goddess to see him. Then he would not be able to get the fire element Genesis stone that he needed. However, he couldn't bear to see his friend, Yin Yang, get smashed to death in front of him. After a while of hesitation, he decided to save them first. After all, the Yen clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Heavenly Sparrow territory. Perhaps, they also had the Genesis stone. Saving Yin Yang's team was equal to making friends with Yin Yang. It could be considered a gain. After Ling Xiao had thrown Yin Yang and the others away, he turned around and blocked the attacks of the peak of the Saint Beasts. He was at the Great Incipient God Realm. He just needed one more step to reach the Great Master Realm. Although the attacks of the peak of the 10th rank Saint Beasts weren't weaker than the ordinary half-incipient God Realm experts, Ling Xiao could still block them. He directly swung his palms, shooting out several Dragon Shadow palms. The Golden Dragon Shadow directly smashed the attacks of the Saint Beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao's power was extremely terrifying. The Saint Beast's powers were equally terrifying. When their powers collided, it created an explosion as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Space collapsed unceasingly, turning into nothingness. This powerful shockwave still affected the people and the Saint Beasts nearby, forcing them to run away. Everyone looked in that direction, and their faces were filled with shock. This was because the bodies of the holy beasts that were dealing with Ling Xiao had been injured by the recoil. One after another, palm prints were branded on their thick and hard skin, causing blood to continuously flow out. They didn't expect that the intruder would be so powerful. He could fight against several people alone and still gain the upper hand. At this moment, Yan Wuchen had already rescued Yin Yang and the others. He immediately shouted at them, "Our people have been rescued. Don't fight recklessly anymore." The Yen clan's purpose for coming here was to rescue people. Now that they had achieved their goal, of course, they wouldn't be entangled too much. Yen Songjun was the first to get rid of the entanglement. At the same time, he helped the Yen guards kill many Huang Dufeng. He brought the remaining Yen guards and retreated quite a distance. It wasn't easy for them to retreat immediately. Layers of saint beasts surrounded them. If they didn't risk their lives, they wouldn't be able to escape. Shin Kunbeo stared at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared, and shouted, "Are you also from the Yen clan? How dare you ruin our Beast Alliance's plan? You must be tired of living." Shin Kunbeo could sense how powerful Ling Xiao was. Just now he had fought against the peak of the 10th rank Saint Beasts. Not only was he not defeated, he even injured his Saint Beasts. This kind of ability was something even Shin Kunbeo couldn't do. Facing this opponent who had suddenly appeared, Shin Kunbeo knew that he was a helper from the Yen clan. However, when he saw that the opponent's attack was of the metal attribute, he didn't seem to be from the Yen clan. Shin Kunbeo couldn't help but ask who this person was. He actually dared to go against the Thousand Beast Alliance. "I am not from the Yen clan. I just have a shallow friendship with Brother Yin Yang," Ling Xiao said fearlessly. He then continued, "As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Both your side and the Yen clan are the overlords of a region. If you fight to the death here, you will only be helping the other factions. Why do you have to do this?" Ling Xiao said, as if he was acting as a mediator. When Shin Kunbeo heard this, he was infuriated. He had thought that the opponent was a helper from the Yen clan, or a member of the Yen clan. But now, it seemed like he was a person who didn't want to cooperate. He actually dared to interfere in the battle between two super factions. He was simply tired of living. At this time, Yen Songjun said to Ling Xiao, "Brother, it's better if you come over to our side." He then turned to Shin Kunbeo and said, "Shin Kunbeo, let's just forget about this matter. We will each take a step back. We will compensate you with 100 God King pills, and we will let this matter go. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to gain anything. Besides, my uncle and the others will definitely win. You should consider this carefully. If both sides did not use their full strength, then taking a step back would be the best choice." Yen Songjun had already given the Thousand Beast Alliance a lot of face by saying this. He was afraid that if the Holy Maiden's vermilion bird attacked them, their entire army would be annihilated here. Yen Songjun was also aware of this situation, so he had no choice but to take a step back. "Haha, you still don't understand the situation now. My alliance has already gathered a third of the Holy Beast army, which is more than enough to kill all of you. And how can you old fellows be a match for my uncle and the others?" Shin Kunbeo laughed arrogantly. He then looked at the Holy Maiden and said, "Holy Maiden, let the vermilion bird kill them all." Currently, there were quite a number of spiritual beasts gathered in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. There were tens of thousands of spiritual beasts above the 9th order, and there were about 1,500 spiritual beasts above the 10th order. This was not even counting the spiritual beasts below the 9th order. This was only a third of the spiritual beasts in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. If the spiritual beasts from afar arrived, there would probably be more than 500,000 spiritual beasts. Such a terrifying spiritual beast army was enough to wipe out any super faction, provided that the number of supreme martial artists was not included. Now that Shin Kunbeo had asked the Holy Maiden to let the vermilion bird attack, with its strength at the peak of the mid-11th order, it was enough to kill everyone from the Yen clan. It could be said that if the Yen clan's supreme martial artist did not arrive in time, everyone from the Yen clan would probably die here. Unfortunately, although Shin Kunbeo was the leader of the alliance, the Holy Maiden did not seem to listen to his orders. She stared blankly at Ling Xiao, a confused and complicated look flashing through her beautiful eyes. "Holy Maiden, what are you doing? Hurry up and let the vermilion bird attack," Shin Kunbeo shouted once again. At this moment, Yen Songjun had already shouted to everyone from the Yen clan, "Break out of the encirclement with all your strength. Gather the army in the future and flatten the Thousand Beast Mountain range." Yen Songjun had no choice but to let everyone retreat. He was the first to attack the nearby holy beasts. The ancient god weapon in his hand directly blasted out a terrifying power, wanting to kill a path of blood. The other members of the Yen clan also attacked at the same time. Their main goal was to break through the defensive line and escape. They did not dare to stay a moment longer. Shun Kunbeo glared angrily at the holy maiden, then shouted, "Kill all of them for me." As soon as his voice fell, all of the sacred beast army launched their attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The energy that blanketed the sky was simply about to overturn the 9 heavens. All kinds of energy made the sky extremely dazzling and chaotic. As for Ling Xiao, he could not escape unscathed either. Many holy beasts attacked him continuously. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, there was nowhere for him to hide. He could only escape if he tore open the barrier of the 9 heavens and rushed out of the realm. After all, this space was filled with all kinds of violent energy. "Brat, you dared to ruin my plans just now. I'll make you die without a burial place." Shun Kunbeo stared coldly at Ling Xiao and muttered. At the same time, he immediately sent a voice transmission to a few of the most powerful top-grade mutated holy beasts. They surrounded Ling Xiao and were determined to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 1424. The Peak of Level 10 Gale Leopard, the Peak of Level 10 Two-Headed Scaled Serpent, the Peak of Level 10 One-Eyed Beast, the Peak of Level 10 Gold Devouring Rat, and the Peak of Level 10 Gold Lion were surrounding and attacking Ling Xiao. Each of them had a unique, mutated divine power. For example, the Gale Leopard had the ability to accelerate, making it almost invincible among its peers. This advantage was enough to instantly kill many powerful opponents. The Two-Headed Scaled Serpent had the dual attributes of ice and fire. One of its heads could spit out hailstones while the other could spit out flames. Its dual attribute attacks were impossible to defend against. The One-Eyed Beast's single eye had the ability to make people stand still. Once the light from its single eye shone upon someone, they would be bound by an indescribable force, unable to move for a short period of time. The Goldbiter Rat's golden teeth could chew through anything, even the hardest 10,000-year-old God's stone. The Golden Lion's roar could even destroy everything, making it impossible to defend against. Each of the mutated sacred beasts had the fighting competence of an ordinary half-incipient God Realm warrior. When they joined hands to attack Ling Xiao, it showed how badly Shun Kunbeo had hurt Ling Xiao. 5 giant bodies surrounded Ling Xiao, leaving him no way to dodge. The Gale Leopard pounced on Ling Xiao, its fangs filled with bloodthirsty intent. It was as fast as lightning. Even a half-incipient God Realm warrior couldn't dodge it. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary half-incipient God Realm warrior. Moreover, his speed could be compared to a great master. How could the Gale Leopard deal with him? However, while Ling Xiao was dodging the Gale Leopard's attack, the One-Eyed Beast shot a pure light at him. Once this light touched him, he would be affected and he wouldn't be able to move anymore. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't overestimate himself. Facing the attacks of these sacred beasts, he knew that he couldn't kill them all. At this moment, running away was the right thing to do. When he dodged the One-Eyed Beast's attack and wanted to run away, the Two-Headed Scaled Serpent, the Gold Devouring Rat, and the Gold Lion attacked him one after another. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. "It's you guys who forced me to kill." Ling Xiao finally decided not to hold it in any longer. He snorted coldly and used the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. He had to kill his way out. The Golden Dragon roared, and its golden palms were like blades. It descended from the heavens and slaughtered in all directions. Several golden dragons charged towards the holy beasts, and their line of defense was instantly breached. Among them, the One-Eyed Beast was blinded by Ling Xiao's palm, making it unable to pose a threat to him anymore. The other holy beasts were injured and retreated to the side. Ling Xiao had severely injured 5 pinnacle-level 10th-level saint beasts in just a single move. His strength was truly terrifying. However, other than these 5 holy beasts, another 7 or 8 holy beasts joined the battle circle one after another, launching all sorts of attacks at Ling Xiao. Among them, there was even a poison holy beast. The dense poison source was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao had wanted to just break out of the encirclement and leave. However, it seemed as though there was no end to these saint beasts. Furthermore, they were all bent on killing him. If it wasn't for his outstanding strength, he would have died here long ago. "Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you." Ling Xiao was truly enraged. He directly attacked the poison holy beast, and directly burned it to death with a single punch. Ling Xiao changed the direction of his breakout and rushed towards Shen Kunbao. The holy beasts that were blocking him were unable to block his attacks at all. Those holy beasts were not humans after all. When they worked together, it could be described as chaotic and disorderly. They were not much of a threat to Ling Xiao. You actually dare to deal with me? How dare you? However, Shen Kunbao seemed to be sitting firmly on the fishhook platform, not worried at all. He raised the bugle horn in his hand and lightly blew it. Woo-woo. Following the rhythmic sound of the bugle horn, even more 10th level saint beasts rushed towards Ling Xiao. Among them, the one that posed the greatest threat to Ling Xiao was the 10th stage wasp queen. Its bee stinger was the sharpest and most poisonous thing in the world. As the saying went, the sting on the wasp's tail could break a person's soul with just one stinger. How could it be an undeserved reputation? This yellow queen bee led hundreds of wasps to besiege Ling Xiao. Fine needles that naked eyes couldn't see continually stabbed towards Ling Xiao like raindrops. Those poisonous needles were enough to turn anyone into a poisonous horse's nest. Ling Xiao's face became stern for the first time. He opened a massive, chaotic space to forcefully divert the energy. Then he counterattacked and killed many wasps. Although he was an invincible existence in this area, he was wounded when so many holy beasts besieged him. Fortunately, his body was so tough that it made people shiver. Otherwise, if he were another half-incipient God Realm expert, he would have been killed on the spot. On the other side, the Fire Tribe's situation wasn't good. Many Yin guards had broken the siege, but many of them had fallen. Fortunately, the Fire Tribe had a lot of half-incipient God Realm experts. They had forcefully escorted Yin Yang to retreat a long distance. They believed that they could get out of the Thousand Beast mountain range after a while. The battle was really fierce. Many holy beasts were killed or wounded. The Yin guards were also reduced. Even 2 half-incipient God Realm experts were killed. The collision between the super forces was really extraordinary. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others' lives. It wasn't hard for him to run away. However, he was enraged. He had a new plan. Capturing the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance to threaten the Heavenly Lady to give him the Genesis Stone was the best solution. With this plan, Ling Xiao didn't hide his competence anymore. He used the Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing technique with all of his power. Many holy beasts had to retreat. Many of them were killed or wounded severely. When Ling Xiao revealed his weakness, many poisonous yellow needles stabbed Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, they could only break Ling Xiao's defense. They couldn't break Ling Xiao's body, which was as tough as an ancient god weapon. After all, those poisonous yellow bees were at level 10 or 9. They couldn't hurt him if they hadn't reached level 11. You dare to stab me? Good. Although Ling Xiao's body wasn't hurt, he felt pain which enraged him. 5th move of the Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing technique. Sky-ripping wild shadow. Tornadoes appeared one after another, and countless poisonous bee stingers were reflected towards the surrounding saint beasts. The bodies of the yellow wasps and other saint beasts were also twisted and sent flying. Countless shadows of feet spread out with a strong death chi. The corrosive power was not the slightest bit more terrifying than the power of the poisonous bee stingers. Roar. One after another, the saint beasts roared and howled. They were either stabbed by the venomous bee stingers, or had their flesh broken by Ling Xiao's kicks. The baleful qi directly invaded their bodies, corroding their vitality and causing them so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to enter this uninhabited place was because the saint beasts here were far weaker than him in terms of strength. Furthermore, he had a freakish body and speed, which allowed him to charge through the encirclement. He didn't use his Divine Soul Doppelganger because he hadn't been forced to do so. His Divine Soul Doppelganger was his trump card. He couldn't expose it in advance. Shen Kunbao's mood became gloomy when he saw this scene. He didn't expect this young man to be so terrifying. He was able to kill so many holy beasts calmly. He was getting closer and closer to him. Do you think my Thousand Beast Alliance only has this much strength? You really don't know what you're talking about. Shen Kunbao's eyes shone with a sharp light. The horn sounded again. Behind him, a gigantic shadow was charging over at a rapid speed. The spirit beasts that were blocking its path were forcefully knocked away by its strong body. It was an 11th rank holy beast, the spiked armor leopard. This was the other terrifying holy beast that Shinkanbeo could summon. Shinkanbeo had two 11th rank holy beasts. They were the Gale Leopard and the Spiked Armor Leopard. The 11th rank Gale Leopard had already gone to help Ma Yanquan. The Spiked Armor Leopard was guarding the other side of the mountain range. It had only just arrived. Looking at the bone spikes all over its body, it looked incomparably ferocious and ferocious. Looking at its momentum as it charged over, this was definitely an unshakable supreme sacred beast. Roar. The Spiked Armor Leopard came to Shinkanbeo's side and roared at the sky. The holy beasts around him panicked. The Yen clan members who were running away also knew that an even more terrifying holy beast was coming, so they ran even faster. At this time, Ling Xiao had finally arrived in front of Shinkanbeo. The sudden appearance of the Spiked Armor Leopard had indeed surprised him. Finally, a decent holy beast has come. But it's not enough to stop me, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He quickly dodged the holy beast that was pouncing towards him from behind. Then he turned around and kicked the holy beast's forehead a few times. The holy beast screamed in pain and its forehead caved in. Its huge body was sent flying backwards. Ling Xiao used the rebound force of the kick to shoot towards Shinkanbeo. Haha, you've got guts. Spiked Armor Leopard, take him down. I want him alive. I want him to be my guardian puppet. Shinkanbeo patted the Spiked Armor Leopard's forehead and said. As his voice fell, the Spiked Armor Leopard pounced towards Ling Xiao. Although the Spiked Armor Leopard was a metal attribute holy beast, its speed was shockingly fast. It was already comparable to a wind attribute supreme being. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head. Its deep mouth was like a huge black hole as it tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at it and sneered. His divine spirit doppelganger finally made its move. Bang! Bang! The divine spirit doppelganger circled to the side of the Spiked Armor Leopard and used the Imperial Dragon Heaven exterminating art. A series of fierce attacks sent the Spiked Armor Leopard flying. Roar! The ferocious Spiked Armor Leopard was immediately stunned. Many of the spikes on its body were broken. However, its body was very tough. It didn't bleed. In the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, the Spiked Armor Leopard wasn't the strongest. However, it was definitely the most ferocious. When it heard Shinkanbeo's summon, it immediately rushed over. It wanted to kill the enemy for the Beast Alliance. However, it didn't even get a bite of the enemy's flesh. It was immediately overwhelmed by an unknown force. This made it go crazy. Its defensive power kept circulating around its surroundings. Its eyes kept scanning the surroundings. However, it didn't find the enemy's fate. Shinkanbeo, who was not far away, was also shocked. He didn't understand why the Spiked Armor Leopard was suddenly sent flying. Could it be that another supreme being has descended? Shinkanbeo thought in fear. Chapter 1425. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance didn't only have one Yanquan, a supreme expert. They also had many level 11 holy beasts. At their realm, they wouldn't act rashly. If the supreme experts had to deal with everything, what was the point of having these juniors? Today they were in their own territory, and they had thousands of troops to rely on. Under such an overwhelming situation, if the 10,000 Beasts Alliance couldn't win, they couldn't say anything. The level 11 holy beasts were the strongest on this battlefield. However, the pierced armor leopard was smashed away before it could do anything. Shinkanbeo couldn't help but worry that another supreme expert of the fire tribe had come. Of course, even if a supreme expert came, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, from the wounds of the pierced armor leopard, the supreme expert wasn't the strongest. The pierced armor leopard should be able to deal with it. Moreover, if something unexpected happened, would the supreme expert of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance just stand there and watch? Furthermore, the vermilion bird mythological beast of the goddess had been staying at the side. It was like the emperor of the beasts and didn't participate in the battle at all. It was as if its arrogant eyes were filled with disdain. These battles weren't worthy of its participation. Ling Xiao had used his god soul clone to deal with the pierced armor leopard. He thought that he would win. However, the pierced armor leopard had discovered his God Soul clone. The pierced armor leopard dashed towards his God Soul clone. If the pierced armor leopard hit him, Ling Xiao's God Soul clone wouldn't be able to bear it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao dodged it quickly, and once again attacked the armored leopard fiercely. However, the pierced armor leopard had its defense. It was just blown away, but it didn't hurt it. The pierced armor leopard turned around. Its eyes kept moving. It couldn't find Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. However, after its nose twitched, it finally caught Ling Xiao's God Soul clone and counterattacked. It roared, and the spikes all over its body glowed with dazzling golden light. Spikes that were thousands of meters long shot toward Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger. Each spike was enough to kill a half-incipient God realm expert. Ling Xiao's God Soul had to increase its power to deal with the pierced armor leopard. In the face of this situation, Ling Xiao wasn't too surprised, because he knew that even though his spiritual avatar was invisible, the powerful saint beast could still sense his existence through some kind of detection. It was something that even human supreme experts couldn't do. Previously, when Ling Xiao rushed from the Tianyuan district to the Heavenly Sparrow district, he had tried to find the location of his spirit avatar while he was training in the ancient mountain range and fighting against an 11th grade holy beast. Obviously, the armored leopard had used this method to sense the direction of his divine soul. After Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar released all of its power, it was not a problem for it to be on par with the armored leopard. If he wanted to, he could even kill it completely. After Ling's spirit had dealt with the pierced armor leopard, Ling's spirit he thousand Bio, he God he, and Xiao God. As long as he could subdue Shen Kunbeo, he could end everything earlier. However, although Shen Kunbeo was a beast tamer, he was also the leader of a union. His fighting power wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. You think I'm easy to bully? You're so wrong. Shen Kunbeo grinned fiendishly as he gathered a group of new warriors. These warriors were all level 10 holy beasts. However, not many of them had reached the peak of level 10. They weren't Shen Kunbeo's trump card to subdue Ling Xiao. He still had a trump card. These holy beasts were just here to stop Ling Xiao temporarily. After Shi Yan had poured energy into the horn in his hand, it suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, it became infinitely bigger. It looked like a giant horn with an indescribable power. Vaguely, it had the echoes of tens of thousands of galloping horses. The sky-reaching battle horn was an ancient divine weapon of the Thousand Beast Alliance. It had the supreme power to summon tens of thousands of beasts. At the same time, it had another divine power, which was the sound of its horn that could kill the enemy. Shen Kunbeo had let the holy beasts block in front of him, so that he could use the terrifying sound to kill. How dare you ruin the Thousand Beast Alliance's plans? Your time has come. Shen Kunbeo sneered. He placed the sky-reaching battle horn on his mouth and started blowing the sound of battle with all his might. Woo-woo. It sounded like a battle horn, like a morning bell ringing in an ancient tomb. It was also like the sound of an intense battle between thousands of soldiers and horses on an ancient battlefield. Phantoms of ancient beasts appeared one after another. Lions, tigers, leopards, snakes, eagles, and many other giant beasts rushed towards Ling Xiao. This was a real army, a real tide of beasts. This kind of sound wave attack with phantoms could not only directly attack the organs of others, but it could also directly destroy their bodies. The holy beasts near Ling Xiao had long retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the sound of the horn. Ling Xiao was frightened by this sudden sound wave attack. If he got hit by this sound wave, even his body, which was as strong as a low-grade ancient god weapon, would be smashed. This was definitely a fatal blow, and it was more than enough to blast him into pieces. The sky-reaching battle horn was a real mid-grade ancient god weapon. Although Ling Xiao had a lot of treasures, besides the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the Bodhi Divine Bow, he didn't have anything that could be compared to the sky-reaching battle horn. It was just that the Divine Dragon Phoenix Hoop could only protect the head and prevent it from suffering any damage. It was a partial defensive ancient god artifact, and its main function was to amplify one's soul power attacks. As for the Divine Bodhi Bow, there was no need to even mention it. The power of its divine arrows could shake even sovereigns, but it was not a defensive ancient god artifact. Ling Xiao didn't have any solution. In just a blink of an eye, he was wounded so severely that he couldn't recover. Eventually, he would be captured or devoured by the holy beasts. This was the first time he had to face such a dangerous situation after he had reached the peak of half-incipient god realm. This time, he had underestimated the enemy. He thought that now that he had the combat strength comparable to a supreme being, he thought that with the help of his divine soul doppelganger, even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, he would be able to take heads as easily as taking something out of his pocket, and it would not be difficult for him to escape with his life. However, he had forgotten that this was the enemy's territory. He had also forgotten that Shin Kunbeo was the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance. The Thousand Beast Alliance and the Fire Clan were the super forces. How could they not have strong support? He had thought that he could capture the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance easily. He had been overconfident. However, it wasn't the time to regret. While Ling Xiao was retreating, his eyes didn't blink as he watched the Soundwave attack. Those holy beasts seemed to be alive. They roared and roared as if they were from the ancient times. They could kill anything. Ling Xiao's eardrums burst. His eyes, nose, mouth. Blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. He looked extremely terrifying. This attack hadn't reached him yet, but Ling Xiao had been hurt badly. It was enough to show how terrifying this attack was. However, did Ling Xiao have no chance to resist? No, he still had a chance. He was retreating towards the direction where the God Soul clone was fighting with the pierced armor leopard. When the sound wave was about to hit Ling Xiao's God Soul clone dashed at its fastest speed, pulling his real body to the back of the pierced armor leopard. The pierced armor leopard didn't realize anything. It wanted to chase after Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. Unfortunately, it was drowned by the sound wave of the great army in just a blink of an eye. Rumble, rumble. Waves of spatial energy collapsed as countless beastly silhouettes intertwined and exploded. The barrier of the peak of the 9 heavens was violently shaken and cracked. Countless astral winds swept downwards, whistling loudly. It was enough to cause great damage to a god king or a 10th grade saint beast. When this wave of murderous sounds disappeared, the armored leopard had already been blasted far away. Many of the flesh spikes on its body had already been twisted to the point of breaking. The skin and flesh on its body had become extremely mangled, and blood was madly flowing out of it. The pierced armor leopard wasn't dead yet. Even though it was severely injured, it was still wailing in pain. The pain had caused it to lose most of its combat power. It could still barely fly. This was proof of the powerful defense of the 11 holy beasts. Seeing the pierced armor leopard's terrible condition, Ling Xiao secretly sighed in relief. The armored leopard had suffered the most powerful frontal attack, and he had also suffered from the aftermath. His injuries were not light, but fortunately, his divine soul avatar had brought him far away in time, and his defense had also displayed its greatest ability, blocking the aftermath. The injuries in his body, with his ancient emperor divine technique, could quickly be completely healed. Shin Kunbeo's eyes widened as he looked at his mount. His face was full of pain. He shouted, "Pierced armor leopard!" He took the sky-reaching battle horn and rushed toward the pierced armor leopard. He had to protect it. He couldn't let his opponent take the opportunity to kill it. This was one of his favorite mounts. But how could Ling Xiao let go of such a great opportunity? His target wasn't the pierced armor leopard, but Shin Kunbeo. His divine soul doppelganger rushed toward Shin Kunbeo. Shin Kunbeo's mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually borrow strength to fight back and injure his beloved leopard. And the reason why he rushed to take care of the pierced armor leopard was because he had already ordered many holy beasts to protect him. Ling Xiao was far away, so he must have been frightened by the sound of the bugle horn just now. He definitely wouldn't dare to immediately come over to deal with him. Unfortunately, no matter how much he calculated, he didn't take into account Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. The pierced armor leopard was already seriously injured, and was on the verge of death. It was already impossible for it to discover the location of Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. This also gave Ling Xiao the best opportunity to capture Shin Kunbeo. Ling Xiao's timing was very good, and his target was also very clear. His body kept moving, bypassing all the holy beasts. They didn't even notice that he had already arrived at Shin Kunbeo's side. "If you want to kill me, I'll let you have a taste of my methods. Ling Xiao muttered, and his god soul clone used the Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art. Bang bang. Shen Kunbeo didn't even know what was going on, and was directly at a loss for what to do after being blasted by a terrifying power. Ling Xiao's god soul clone's power was comparable to a sovereign. He didn't dare to kill Shen Kunbeo with his full strength. Instead, he controlled his power and only beat him half to death. If he killed Shen Kunbeo, most likely he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't be able to leave this 10,000 beast mountain range. Just as Ling Xiao took down Shen Kunbeo in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, that vermilion bird divine beast actually rushed towards him. Furthermore, he even heard a sentence that made him very surprised. Are you big brother Ling Xiao? Chapter 1426. Big Brother Ling Xiao. No one among Ling Xiao had ever called him that before, right? Maybe there had been, but that had been many years ago, when he was still in the clan. Only those who were younger than him had called him that. Perhaps there had been others, but he could not remember. In any case, ever since he had become famous, no one had ever called him that. Even the women who admired him usually wouldn't call him that. No, there was another Xiaoling who called him that. But she should be far away in the profound sky region, and it was impossible for her to appear here. These words sounded so familiar to his ears, yet it also felt so far away. Ling Xiao grabbed Shen Kunbeo with one hand, and turned to look at the small divine beast vermilion bird. On top of it stood a pure girl who looked like a little girl next door. This young lady was the heavenly lady of the Wanshou Alliance. Her delicate and round face did not have any makeup on, and her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She was a beautiful and adorable girl, but Ling Xiao swore that he had never seen her before. Could it be that she wants to use her beauty to make me let Shen Kunbeo go? She's underestimating me too much, but let's see what this girl wants first. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart. Then he looked at the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy maiden and said, little sister, do you know me? Ling Xiao called her little sister because she called him big brother first. Moreover, he could see that the holy maiden was younger than him by about 10 years, so calling her little sister was not too much. However, he was also very surprised. This holy maiden Tenbin was so abnormal that she had already reached the strength of a mid-level god king, and was not much weaker than those divine bodies. In this heaven region, there were really all kinds of amazing people. When the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy maiden heard Ling Xiao admit that he was Ling Xiao, her delicate face flashed with excitement. Just as the holy maiden was about to speak, Shen Kunbeo said with difficulty, Holy maiden, hurry up and save me. Shen Kunbeo even had the thought of dying. He didn't expect that with so many holy beasts protecting him, his divine body would explode in just 2 or 3 attacks. He was heavily injured, and his strength was suppressed by his opponent. It was impossible for him to recover even if he wanted to. Now he could only hope that the goddess would ask Vermilion Bird to save him. However, the angel seemed to ignore his words and looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of excitement as she said, Big brother, you don't remember me? I'm Xian. When the holy maiden said these words, it was as if all of her strength had been drained out of her. Tears flowed down from her beautiful eyes and her body softly sat on the Vermilion Bird's back. She looked at Ling Xiao with a very expectant expression, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't recognize her. Xian. Ling Xiao was confused. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Heavens! What are you waiting for? Quickly save me! Shen Kunbeo shouted in shock once again. Unfortunately, he was once again ignored by the heavenly girl. The heavenly girl continued to speak to Ling Xiao. Big brother, don't you remember that you saved Xian before? You even beat the bad guys away for Xian, bought beautiful clothes for Xian, gave Xian a big house to live in, and even let Uncle Kuang Hu take care of me. The heavenly maiden narrated the past events one by one. Her face was full of tears, and her clothes were already wet. Her voice was moving, and her appearance was lovely and moving. It really made people shed tears when they heard it, and their hearts ached when they heard it. In Ling Xiao's mind, a distant memory slowly awakened. Do you want to learn how to beat people? Then can you beat this scoundrel? Your big brother can beat him without using his hands. See, I don't need my hands to beat him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. Big brother, I'll learn this footwork from you. Alright, big brother will teach you in the future. Xian, where is your home? Big brother will send you back, okay? Big brother. Xian doesn't have a home. Don't cry, big brother will take you with him and teach you how to cultivate, okay? Scenes of memories that had disappeared for a long time, scenes of unforgettable scenes, seemed as if they had reappeared yesterday. A little girl who was in the same boat as him in his previous life made Ling Xiao feel a sense of closeness from the very beginning. His experience with her was so similar, so pitiful, that he decided to protect her for the rest of his life as she grew up. Unfortunately, after an inexplicable disappearance, the little girl had disappeared. Ling Xiao had sent people to inquire about her whereabouts, but at that time, his ability was limited, and there were countless children like her. Wanting to find her was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up. He must have found out from Li Guanghu that the old man who kidnapped the little girl didn't have any ill intentions towards her, so he felt a little better in his heart. Many years had passed, and Ling Xiao had indeed long forgotten about that little girl. Or it could be said that he was not willing to deliberately recall. After all, he was only a youth at that time. After many years of wandering and tempering, he wholeheartedly pursued extreme power, wholeheartedly wanted to find Yun Mingqi, and threw many unnecessary things to the back of his mind. But now, he had never thought that the kind and cute little girl from back then had already grown up, and even met him in the Sky Sparrow region. This little girl was Xia Xianxian, who Ling Xiao had saved from the hands of others when he first entered the Purple Sky sect. At that time, she was like a little beggar, very down and out and sloppy, but she had a pure child's heart. She picked up something and returned it to others, and was even misunderstood by others as stealing it. That was why Ling Xiao couldn't help but take action, and treated her like a little sister. He had originally thought that it would be impossible for him to see her again in this life, but now they met again in an extremely coincidental manner. This made him feel that it was hard to believe. Perhaps life was already destined. Some people, some things, simply could not be forgotten even if they wanted to. You are really Xian? How is this possible? How did you come to the heaven domain? Ling Xiao was still in disbelief as he asked in surprise. He suspected that his mind had been bewitched by others, and thus caused him to fall into a state of confusion. However, he had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to protect his soul, so it was impossible for him to be bewitched by any external forces. Big brother, I am really Xian. I still remember Sister Ruoshui, Uncle Xiaogui, and the others. I came here because Grandpa lied to me. I hate him to death. Xia Xianxian replied with a face full of joy, as if Ling Xiao was very happy to remember her. She flew down from the vermilion bird and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not help but take a few steps back as he carried Shen Kunbao. Both parties were now in a state of hostility, and although he could confirm that this girl in front of him was the same Xia Xianxian from back then, who knew how much she had changed over the years, perhaps she would take the opportunity to save Shen Kunbao. Xia Xianxian was stunned as she watched Ling Xiao retreat, and the rippling tears in her beautiful eyes once again flowed down wildly. She said in an aggrieved tone, "Big brother, do you hate me? Is it because Xianxian did not go back to look for you all these years that you are angry?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that his retreat would cause Xia Xianxian to be so sad. Looking at her lovely appearance, he felt that the naive little girl was still the same as yesterday, without the slightest change. She was still so kind, so pitiful. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Xianxian, don't cry, it's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother apologizes to you, okay?" Ling Xiao's actions just now were completely due to his years of vigilance, and he naturally became vigilant. It was really an unintentional mistake. Xia Xianxian stopped crying and laughed. "Big brother, you did nothing wrong, it's Xuan's fault, please forgive Xianxian." "Hee, we siblings haven't seen each other for so many years, let's not say such sad words. Seeing that you have grown up today, Big brother is also relieved." Ling Xiao said very sincerely as he moved closer to Xia Xianxian. In the past, Xia Xianxian was just a cute little girl. He did not expect that she would become a beautiful young lady now. However, Ling Xiao did not have too many improper thoughts. He only saw Xia Xianxian as a sister in his heart. "Oh right, big brother, can you let Uncle Bao go? He is a little fierce, but he usually treats people well." Xia Xianxian finally remembered Shen Kunbao and spoke up for him. Xia Xianxian called Shen Kunbao Uncle Bao, not because she was disrespectful, but because she had called him that since she was young. It had become a habit. In the union, only she dared to call Shen Kunbao Uncle Bao. Ling Xiao was obviously a little hesitant, but he quickly thought it through. Since Xia Xianxian was the holy lady, and the vermilion bird divine beast was indeed her mount, then the Genesis stone's whereabouts must be with her. And she was also the little sister that he had acknowledged in the past. Between siblings, all the problems could be solved easily. Ling Xiao released Shen Kunbao and removed the power that was suppressing him. He then said to Xia Xianxian, "Xianxian, can you stop those spirit beasts from attacking the fire tribe's people? Yin Yang is a friend of mine." Currently, besides a group of holy beasts surrounding Ling Xiao, the majority of the holy beasts were chasing after the fire tribe's people. If this continued, most of the fire tribe's people would definitely die. However, if he could save one, then so be it. He would treat it as being a good person to the end. "Big brother, you have the final say." Xia Xianxian listened to Ling Zhao's words. After she responded, she said to the slightly larger vermilion bird divine beast not far away, "Ant Bird, please stop them from chasing." "We can't do this, holy lady. Letting them go today is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, they have killed so many of our holy beasts, we can't let them go." Shen Kunbao swallowed a recovery divine herb, and said with an indignant expression, although he had the ability to summon many spirit beasts, he could not be compared to the vermilion bird, the king of beasts. "Uncle Bao, grandfather said not to be enemies with them," Xia Xianxian replied. Without waiting for Shen Kunbao to say anything, the large vermilion bird had already spread its wings and flew up high. It directly swept to the top of the 9 heavens, and let out a series of loud and clear cries, conveying its supreme order. Whoosh! The vermilion bird divine beast's fiery aura was like a strange phenomenon descending. It was really worthy of being the king of birds. Some of the spirit beasts that were chasing from afar heard the vermilion bird's cries, and started to stop. They even roared at the same time to transmit a message to the other spirit beasts. Chapter 1427. Roar. Beastly roars rang out incessantly, causing the sky above the 10,000 beast mountain range to shake incessantly. The fleeing fire tribe members finally found that there were no more spirit beasts chasing after them. They all exhaled in relief. They had sent more than 300 people, but now there were less than 50 left. They had lost more than 200 King God realm experts. Even if the fire tribe was a big family, they had suffered a great loss. "We finally escaped," Yen Wuchen, a half-incipient God realm expert, said, feeling a little weak. In front of hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts, they could only run. Even the half-incipient God realm experts didn't dare to be careless. Half of the 10 half-incipient God realm experts of the fire tribe had died. It showed how terrifying this army of holy beasts was. The most pitiful thing was that they had sacrificed so many people, but they had only killed less than 15 people of the 1,000 Beast Alliance. Most of them had killed the holy beasts. This was a big blow to them. They had lost people while the other side had dead beasts. The fire tribe couldn't afford such a loss. This was also why no one had dared to provoke the 1,000 Beast Alliance for so many years. Yin Yang said with a face full of regret, "If it weren't for me, everyone wouldn't have ended up like this. Damn it." Yin Yang wanted to propose marriage to the 1,000 Beast Alliance. The two superforces would form an alliance and become a legend in the Heaven Sparrow territory. He didn't expect that one sentence would cause such a huge loss. No matter who it was, they would feel very uncomfortable and unwilling. Yen Songjun said angrily, "It's all because of that idiot Yen Fu. He could have said those words at any other time. Why did he have to say those words in someone else's territory? He deserves to die." Pausing for a while, he turned to look at the 1,000 Beast Mountain range and shouted, "We can't let this go. go back and report to our forefather. We must summon an army to destroy the Thousand Beast Alliance. The rest of the Yin clan's Yin guards all agreed. They had fought this battle too miserably. So many people had died, but they couldn't shake the foundation of the other side. It was really depressing. Oh no, Divine Master Ling is still in the mountain range. What should we do? Yin Yang suddenly shouted. Divine Master Ling? You mean the young man who saved you? Yen Songjun raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right, he's a friend I met in the Medicine Alliance Guild. He's a divine apothecary that's much more outstanding than me. He's now a guest elder in the Medicine Alliance Guild, and he's also a member of the Sky Dragon Region's Dragon Gate. Yin Yang replied. Then he continued. If he stays behind by himself, how can he escape? This time, I, Yin Yang, am not even human anymore. That friend of yours isn't that simple. Since he was able to save you from Shinkanbeo, he definitely has the ability to escape. His strength isn't any weaker than ours. In fact, he's a bit stronger, Yin Songjun said. That's right, Yin Yang, let's go back first. We'll leave everything to the great ancestor. Your friend should be fine. Yin Wuchen agreed. I hope so. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Yin Yang sighed as if he had been reborn. Soon after, the group from the Yen clan quickly left the vicinity and hurried back to the Yen clan. As for the 3 supreme martial artists who had come with them, they weren't worried at all. After all, that level of battle was not something they could imagine. In the Thousand Beasts mountain range, Shinkanbeo's face was filled with unwillingness and anger. Originally, they could have killed all the members of the Yen clan, but many of them had escaped. Moreover, they had lost more than 10 beast tamers. One must know that nurturing a beast tamer was much more difficult than nurturing an apothecary or a weapon forger. The tenbin that beast tamers paid particular attention to was very high. They must have an innate sense of closeness with spiritual beasts, and then cultivate their beast-taming heart sutra. Only then would they be able to gradually interact with stronger spiritual beasts, gain their friendship, and make them work for them unconditionally. Now that they had lost more than 10 people, it was equivalent to a quarter of the sacred beast tamers in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Don't look down on these people. The army of spiritual beasts that they led was comparable to thousands of troops. Originally, everything was under his control. However, the Holy Lady refused to listen to him, and did not let the Vermilion Bird attack. Otherwise, the members of the Yen clan would have been annihilated. Now she had actually listened to an outsider, and ordered all the spiritual beasts to stop attacking. This made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Ling Xiao did not expect Xia Xianxian to be so popular in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. She did not even need to listen to the alliance leader's words, and she could even order all the spiritual beasts around her. Who would have thought that the little girl who looked like a beggar would become the holy lady that everyone was looking at? Ling Xiao was just about to speak to Xia Xianxian when Shinkanbeo asked, Holy Lady, more than 10 of our beast tamers have died. How can you let the members of the Yen clan go? In fact, Shinkanbeo had always been very jealous of Xia Xianxian. This was because before Xia Xianxian joined the Thousand Beasts Alliance, he had always been highly regarded by the old alliance leader. The old alliance leader had passed on the Thousand Beasts Alliance to him to manage. But one day, the old alliance leader had brought back a little girl, and said that she was his granddaughter. From then on, the Holy Lady's position was established and the old alliance leader had started to place all his attention on the Holy Lady. Most of the time, his words were not as effective as the Holy Lady's. Later on, the Holy Lady had gained the Vermilion Bird's recognition, and became the most dazzling beast tamer in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. She was named the one and only divine beast tamer, and her reputation was comparable to the old alliance leaders. It was also from then on that he, the alliance leader, felt very unhappy. He felt that all the glory and honor should have belonged to him, but the Holy Lady had snatched it away from him. Now the Holy Lady had done such a thing for an outsider. He could not help but blame the Holy Lady. Uncle Bao, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. I'll go back and talk to my grandfather and ask him to punish me, Xia Xianxian said with a hint of grievance. Shinkanbeo was filled with hatred. Every time Xia Xianxian brought up the old alliance leader, he had no way to refute her. Although he was the leader of the alliance, as long as the old alliance leader was still alive, he would never be able to challenge the old alliance leader's authority. After all, the old alliance leader was a true supreme being, and the old alliance leader's prestige was not something he could compare with. He had worked hard for the old alliance leader all his life, and he did not have the slightest bit of disrespect for the old alliance leader. Shin Kunbeo could only compromise and said, "All right, explain this matter to the old alliance leader." He then said, "Uncle Ma is currently fighting with the Yen clan in the outer region, and has not returned yet. If anything happens to him, the old alliance leader will be very angry. You should let the Vermilion Bird help him." Grandpa Ma is fighting with someone. Doesn't he have a few uncles by his side to help him? He should be fine. Xia Xianxian was shocked at first, but then she relaxed and said, although Xia Xianxian looked very naive, she was actually not stupid. If someone wanted to order her to do something, she would consider the pros and cons before doing it. Furthermore, she believed that nothing would happen to Ma Yanquan. Otherwise, she would definitely let the Vermilion Bird do it. Forget it, forget it. You are always so kind. You would rather suffer than hurt others. One day you will regret it. Shin Kunbeo had already been defeated by Xia Xianxian. He waved his hand and glared at Ling Xiao. He then dragged his heavily injured body towards the armored leopard. The others immediately cleaned up the battlefield and buried the dead sacred beasts one by one. The beast tamers saw any spiritual beast as a friend. When they died, they would not use any valuable parts of their bodies. Instead, they buried them alive to show their respect. Sister K, come and see Big Brother. If Big Brother had not saved me when I was young, I would have been beaten to death by the bad guys. Xia Xianxian was immediately overjoyed when Shin Kunbeo walked away. She said to the smaller Vermilion Bird divine beast beside her, "Little Xianxian, is this the Big Brother who saved you so often? I can feel that he is very strong, but he is still slightly weaker than my mother." The little Vermilion Bird looked at Ling Xiao and spoke in the human language. Of course, Big Brother defeated the bad guys and made Uncle Leopard suffer. He is definitely stronger than you. Xia Xianxian replied proudly. It was as if the little Vermilion Bird was praising Ling Xiao as if she was praising her. At this moment, the large Vermilion Bird looked at Ling Xiao with its sharp eyes and said, "What is your relationship with the dragons? Why do you have so much dragon blood in your body?" The large Vermilion Bird looked very unfriendly, and its tone was very threatening. Ling Xiao looked at the large Vermilion Bird in surprise. He did not expect it to sense the dragon blood in his body. "I am from the Kim people of the Sky Dragon domain. The Golden Dragon is a good friend of the Kim people for generations." Ling Xiao replied seriously. "No wonder you have such a strong dragon blood. It seems that you have a good relationship with the dragons. You are worthy of being Xuanxuan's brother." The large Vermilion Bird softened its tone and said. It was obviously satisfied with Ling Xiao's answer. Ling Xiao could understand the meaning behind the Vermilion Bird's words. It was obvious that he was worthy of being Xia Xuanxuan's brother, if he was recognized by the dragons. Otherwise, it would definitely not agree. Ling Xiao was also aware that the True Dragon Clan and the Vermilion Bird Clan had a good relationship since ancient times. The White Tiger, Hundun, Golden Crow, and other clans were their sworn enemies. Therefore, the large Vermilion Bird could recognize Ling Xiao because of this relationship. If Ling Xiao's dragon blood was obtained by slaying a dragon, the Vermilion Bird would definitely not let him go. "Oh right, Big Brother, how did you get here? Did you know I was here? Is that why you came looking for me?" Xia Xianxian asked continuously. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I should be the one asking you this question." After a pause, he said, "Let us find a place to talk. It's not convenient to talk here." Okay. Big Brother, come with me. We'll go back to where I live. No one will try to harm us there," Xia Xianxian said happily. She then said, "Big Brother, come on Sister Kair too. She flies very fast." Hee, it's fine. I'm not slow either," Ling Xiao declined politely. What a joke. Could anyone sit on a divine beast? Although he had sat on True Dragon divine beasts and Qilin divine beasts, it did not mean that he could sit on the Vermilion Bird. Chapter 1428. The place where Xia Xianxian lived was very beautiful and pleasant. It was like a paradise. It was a cave behind the mountains that was isolated from the rest of the world. And it was also protected by a supreme being's restrictive spell. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it, let alone enter it easily. At the entrance, there were powerful 10th Order divine beasts guarding the place. This was the hinterland of the Thousand Beasts mountain range. And not far from here was the headquarters of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. There was a waterfall between the mountains, and clear spring water flowed endlessly along the path. On both sides of the path, there were lush green spirit grasses and various spirit flowers. The bursts of fragrance seeped into one's heart. In addition, on the not-so-tall holy trees, there were sparkling and attractive fruits that emitted dazzling light, causing this place to be filled with divine light. From time to time, there would be a few small spirit beasts playing happily here. In the distance, there was an elegant bamboo house, which added a lot of vitality to this divine realm. From afar, this place looked like a beautiful painting, pleasing to the eye and surprising to the eyes. Xia Xianxian returned to this place and sang a moving song happily like a fairy, while the two vermilion bird divine beasts transformed into their human forms. After they transformed, they were definitely peerless beauties, so mesmerizing that it made people dazzled. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. All the divine beasts he saw after they transformed were either handsome or beautiful. It really made people jealous. At the same time, he looked at the paradise that Xia Xianxian lived in, and his heart was filled with envy. If he could find a place of such elegance, and let his wives live there, they would certainly be very comfortable and at ease. Other than that, he also thought of Xiaoling. If she could meet Xia Xianxian, they would definitely become good friends who could talk about anything. Because they were pure like a clear spring, kind, innocent, and adorable. Inside the bamboo house, Xia Yingying could not wait to take out the holy fruits and heavenly spring water, and place them in front of Ling Xiao for him to enjoy. Looking at these two rare things being used as food by Xia Xianxian, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Eating these holy fruits and heavenly spring water all day, it's hard not to become strong. From this, one could imagine that Xia Xianxian was really liked by her grandfather in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Big brother, do you think this part of mine is beautiful? When I first discovered this place, I fell in love with it. That's why my grandfather built this place for me to live alone. Xia Xianxian said proudly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Beautiful big brother wants to stay here for a long time." It's true. That's great. Big brother, you can stay here from now on. We can be together forever. Xia Xianxian exclaimed in surprise. She jumped up. It could be seen that when Ling Xiao had helped her, it had affected her lifelong gratitude and affection for Ling Xiao. Hee, I'm afraid that won't work. Your sister-in-law won't agree. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Sister-in-law. Big brother, you're already married? Xia Xianxian asked with a sad expression. Ling Xiao did not notice Xia Xuanxuan's expression as he replied. Of course. A man like Big Brother who is loved by everyone and blossoms with flowers would naturally be married a long time ago. By the way, your sister Bing Ruoshui is also one of my wives. Xia Xianxian was also stunned for a moment, but she smiled again and said, That's great. If there's a chance, I must meet Sister Ruoshui and Uncle Guanghu again. Of course there will be a chance. Anyway, we're in the Qian domain. Ling Xiao replied and then asked again. How did you come to the Qian domain? Back then, Xia Xianxian was just a little girl who was not even 10 years old. She was kidnapped and disappeared for more than 100 years. However, after more than 100 years, not only did she come to the Qian domain, but she had also become a mid-level god king. This kind of opportunity made him a little jealous. After all, he had only managed to slowly forge his current strength after experiencing a narrow escape from death. He wasn't like those monstrous geniuses or the direct descendants of superpowers, who received the best nurturing from a young age and didn't need to go through many hardships. Thus, Xia Xianxian began to tell Ling Xiao about her experiences in the past 100 years. Back then, when she was saved by Ling Xiao bought a manor in Zitian City and asked Li Guanghu to take care of her there. Originally, she had a family, a big brother, and an uncle who protected her. She felt very happy, very happy. However, suddenly one day, an old man appeared in the courtyard. She curiously asked who this old man was. However, this old man was curious as to why she could talk to the little bird. Of course, she answered truthfully. She didn't know why she had this ability, but she felt very close to it, and could sense everything it wanted to express. It was also because of this answer that the old man concluded that she was a natural beast tamer. As long as she was nurtured well, she would definitely become a great person. Thus, the old man tempted her and wanted to take her away. At first, she was determined not to leave the courtyard, because she treated her big brother as her only relative. Naturally, she did not want to be with this strange old man who suddenly appeared. However, the old man seemed to be determined to get her, and in the end, he forcefully wanted to take her away. At that time, Li Kuanghu wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, how could he be a match for the old man? The old man merely waved his hand and he lost consciousness. Later on, the old man brought her to the famous mountains and rivers, allowing her to come into contact with those little spiritual beasts. Perhaps she really was a natural beast tamer. Her mind could communicate with any kind of spiritual beast, and she also discovered that she really liked to stay with these spiritual beasts, treating them as her own friends and companions. It was precisely because of this that she gradually liked to follow by the old man's side, and gradually buried her big brother in her heart. Moreover, at that time, her old man was constantly transmitting other consciousnesses and thoughts to her, saying that if she dared to think about her big brother again, he would go and kill him. Of course, she did not want anything to happen to her big brother. Being kind, she could only give in, but she also knew how to raise a condition, which was to see her big brother for the last time, before she was willing to sincerely worship him as her master. Naturally, the old man agreed immediately. Through his contact with Xia Xianxian, he knew that this little girl was really born with spiritual intelligence, and could communicate with any spiritual beast closely. She was the successor that he wanted, and he must make her follow him willingly. Thus, he brought Xia Xianxian to visit Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao was still cultivating in the Purple Heaven sect, but he did not know that someone was looking down on him from the sky. After Xia Xianxian saw Ling Xiao, although she was still a little unwilling, she kept her promise and left with the old man, and even worshipped him as her master. However, the old man changed his mind, and simply let her acknowledge him as her grandfather, without mentioning anything about being her master. After interacting with the old man, Xia Xianxian felt that the old man was really good to her, and she also longed to have a grandfather, so she accepted him as her grandfather. Next, she followed her grandfather to travel around, and her grandfather taught her divine skills to communicate with spiritual beasts. Later, she found out that her grandfather was the old leader of the Thousand Beast Alliance in the Heaven Domain, and that he possessed supreme divine strength, and could control tens of thousands of beasts. At that time, she was still very young, and she clamored for her grandfather to bring her to the Heaven Domain. This was her grandfather's original plan, and of course he brought her to the Heaven Domain. After arriving in the Heaven Domain, Xia Xianxian slowly grew up, and the speed of her advancement was very fast. She also met many spiritual beasts, and learned about many things in the Heaven Domain. Later, she wanted to return to the Heaven Domain to see her big brother, but she knew that there were many things that were beyond her control, and she was also afraid that her big brother would not recognize her anymore. Her strength had already far surpassed her peers, and she was afraid that if she appeared in front of her big brother again, it would deal a blow to his confidence, and cause him to feel inferior. After all, she had met many people of the same age in the Heaven Domain, and their strength was far inferior to hers, so they did not dare to be friends with her. Therefore, she rarely interacted with other people, and instead often stayed with spiritual beasts. After going through all kinds of fortuitous encounters, she got to know the little vermilion bird, and through the little vermilion bird, she got to know the big vermilion bird. All of these encounters were things that others yearned for but could not. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was also deeply moved. After Xia Xianxian finished talking about her matters, she continued to ask Ling Xiao about how he came to the Heaven Domain, and how he became so powerful. Her beautiful eyes rippled with worship, and she thought to herself, Big brother is so amazing. Grandfather always says that I am so outstanding, but I feel that I am far inferior to big brother. Ling Xiao didn't try to hide anything. He told Xia Xianxian everything that had happened to him in the past few years. When this girl heard that Ling Xiao had charged all the way from the northwest to the central region, and then from the central region all the way to the heaven realm, and all the hardships he had experienced, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Ling Xiao. Her tears kept flowing. Big brother, you are so biased. You came to the heaven domain to find big sister Meng Qi, but you did not think about Xianxian. Xia Xianxian pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao only thought that Xia Xianxian had the temperament of a child, and he laughed. You little girl, back then you were still a little girl. Big brother once looked for you, but the world is so vast, I did not know how to find you. I don't care. I want you to look for me again, okay? Xia Xianxian said coquettishly. Looking at her pure and cute appearance, Ling Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, and he felt that it was not bad to have such a sister. Then Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, Xianxian, this time big brother came here to ask for your help. I really did not expect you to be the legendary fairy. It is really a surprise and a pleasant surprise. Big brother, tell me, what do you need my help with? I will do my best to help you. Xia Xianxian immediately became excited when she heard that Ling Xiao needed her help, as if she was very happy to be able to help Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth, an old voice faintly rang out. You little brat, don't you dare have any designs on my granddaughter, or else this old man will not let you off. This voice was like the sound of heaven, and it echoed in this space. Chapter 14:29. The voice was so loud that Ling Xiao's ears were ringing, and he could feel his blood boiling. So powerful, could this be Xuanxuan's grandfather? Ling Xiao thought to himself in surprise. Ling Xiao had heard from Xia Xianxian that her grandfather was the old chief of the Wanshou alliance, Dugujin. He had guessed that the old man must be a supreme being. However, he did not know which stage he was at. Now that he heard the old man's voice without him noticing, he was sure that the old man's strength was much higher than his own. He was not just an ordinary supreme being. He was probably at least a mid-level supreme being. Grandpa, you're so annoying. How dare you scare big brother? I'll pull out your beard. Xia Xianxian said unhappily. Just as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bamboo house. You little girl, I've raised you for so many years. How dare you talk to an outsider? The man said with a bitter smile. Ling Xiao saw the man's face clearly. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His ordinary face had the kind and gentle look of an old man next door. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of majesty. He was dressed in a linen robe with many patches on it. He looked like an old man from a poor family, so poor that he could barely keep his clothes. However, the people from the Wanshou alliance that Ling Xiao saw were dressed very strangely. It was not because they did not have divine gems to exchange for clothes or armor, but because their beast tamers had strange personalities. Grandpa, you're wrong. Big brother and I are a family. You were the one who forced us to join. Xia Xianxian said unhappily as she walked to the old man's side and supported him. The old man immediately swallowed his words upon hearing Xia Xuanxuan's words. If he had not forcefully accepted Xia Xianxian as his granddaughter, he might still be a loner. At this time Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed to Dugujin. Greetings, honored sir. No matter what, Ling Xiao felt the need to bow to Dugujin. First, Dugujin had the strength of a supreme being. Second, he was Xia Xuanxuan's grandfather. He deserved his respect. You do know some logic, but you're not qualified to have any ideas about my granddaughter. After Dugujin praised Ling Xiao, he warned, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would really kidnap Xia Xianxian. Old master, you're worrying too much. Xianxian is my little sister, and you're my grandfather. We're family. Ling Xiao said humbly. Xia Xianxian smiled happily and said, That's right, Grandpa. Big brother will also recognize you as Grandpa in the future. We are a family. What do you think? If anyone else had said this, Dugujin would have refused without the slightest hesitation, and even chased them away without giving them any face. What kind of person was he, Dugujin? He was the #1 beast tamer in the heaven region, a powerful mid-level sovereign who had more than 10 11th level holy beasts to rely on. He was an old man who had lived for close to 100,000 years. With his qualifications, who knew how many people in the heaven region wanted to be his grandson, or even his great-grandson. The key was whether those people had the qualifications or not. Now that Ling Xiao had said this to Xia Xianxian, it was already pretty good that he did not fling his sleeves and leave. Those people definitely had a motive for wanting to get close to him, and wanted to borrow his name to earn some benefits. Dugu Jin said with a cold face, "I can't afford to call you Grandpa. Someone who even dares to bully our Thousand Beast Alliance's alliance leader. How could he place an old man like me in his eyes?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly. "Isn't this like a flood rushing to the Dragon King temple? A family does not recognize a family?" Ling Xiao knew that this old man had already seen the battle just now. If he had really killed Shin Kunbeo at that time, he would have been killed by this old man immediately. "Grandfather, don't be so fierce to big brother, he's not pure," Xia Xianxian said on behalf of Ling Xiao. "I haven't said anything about you yet. Every time you go against your grandfather's words, how many people have died? Don't you feel sad for them?" Dugu Jin looked at Xia Xianxian and reprimanded her. Xia Xianxian said unhappily, "What's so good about fighting and killing? Didn't they explain that it was an unintentional mistake? Now that so many lions, leopards, and white foxes have died. How pitiful." As Xia Xianxian spoke, tears almost flowed out of her eyes, because she knew those holy beasts. They were her friends, and they had died. She was very sad. "Speaking of which, this brat has also killed quite a few holy beasts. Why are you still so nice to him?" Dugu Jin immediately brought the topic to Ling Xiao and said. Xia Xianxian glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Big brother doesn't know that they are my friends. Otherwise he wouldn't have hurt them. Right, big brother?" Ling Xiao immediately replied, "That's right. If I knew that they were Xuanxuan's friends, I would definitely coexist peacefully with them." Dugu Jin was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He had raised and taught this little girl for so many years, but now, he was not as close to her as a brat who had suddenly appeared. Xia Xianxian could also see that her grandfather was unhappy, so she immediately shook his hand and said coquettishly, "Grandfather, don't be angry. At most, I'll listen to you in the future. Otherwise, I'll pull off your beard." Hearing Xia Xuanxuan's words, Dugu Jin's tense face relaxed. He smiled and said, All right. You say that every time, but how many times have you listened to me? But now this brat can probably make you listen to me." Dugu Jin sized up Ling Xiao. He also remembered the fragmented memories of Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that the little guy who wasn't even a spirit master in the Xianling continent would actually reach the great circle of the god realm. Moreover, he even had the strength to deal with a rank 11 holy beast. Back then, his goal in coming to the Xianling continent was to find the footprints of other divine beasts. After all, the Xianling continent was an ancient continent, and there used to be several kinds of divine beasts living there. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, he traveled there and discovered Xia Xuanxuan's existence. He took her in as his successor. However, at that time, Xia Xianxian didn't want to care about him, a supreme being, which made him feel very depressed. Later on, he found out that this little girl had always been grateful to her big brother. If she didn't see him, she wouldn't be willing to acknowledge him as her grandfather. In the end, he had no choice but to bring Xia Xianxian to see Ling Xiao. At that time, he was thinking that if Ling Xiao's aptitude was passable, he would reluctantly bring Ling Xiao with him to the heaven domain. This way, Xia Xianxian could also wholeheartedly cultivate the beast-taming heart sutra that he had taught her. However, after he saw Ling Xiao, he was very disappointed. Because Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. Even though each attribute was very pure, the 5 elements lacked earth and wind, and he didn't have the chaotic body. This made him feel that it would be difficult to cultivate Ling Xiao, so he didn't bring Ling Xiao with him. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, Dugu Jin knew that he had misjudged him back then. This brat actually reached this realm in just over 100 years. It was simply unprecedented, and no one would be able to surpass him in the future. He felt a little regretful, but he was more concerned that Xia Xianxian wouldn't be taken away by this brat. After all, for so many years, he had taken care of Xia Xianxian like his own granddaughter, and Xia Xianxian did not disappoint him. Not only had she mastered the beast-taming Heart Sutra to the highest level, she had even gained the recognition of the divine beast Vermilion Bird, giving the Thousand Beasts Alliance an even stronger backing. It had also made the Thousand Beasts Alliance even more famous than before. The name of the Thousand Beasts Alliance was truly well-deserved. Tell me, why did you come to the Wanshou Alliance? Is it to save those Yin clan kids? Dugujin looked at Ling Xiao and asked him seriously. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Actually, I saved Yin Yang by coincidence. He is a friend of mine, and I couldn't just leave him to die. I came here to look for the Holy Lady, but I didn't know that she was the little girl from all those years ago." "Oh, you want to be like that Yin clan kid and ask for my little girl's hand in marriage?" Dugujin asked with interest. He felt that Ling Xiao was more outstanding than Yin Yang, but he also felt that Ling Xiao was a little too picky. He was afraid that he would kidnap Xia Xianxian and make her feel wronged. He was also afraid that Xia Xianxian would harm the power that Ling Xiao belonged to. After all, Xia Xianxian had the ability to tame tens of thousands of beasts, and she also had the Vermilion Bird as her spiritual beast. Any one of these would be enough to make anyone jealous. When Xia Xianxian heard her grandfather's words, her face flushed red. She turned her face away, not daring to look at Ling Xiao. Her heart was a little nervous. In fact, her heart was still filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. In her heart, the person closest to her was Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao really came to ask for her hand in marriage, would she reject him? Marrying Big Brother is better than marrying a man I don't know. Moreover, Big Brother is so powerful. Xia Xianxian thought to herself. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao said, "Xianxian is my little sister. Why would I have any ideas about her?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "I heard that there is a Genesis stone in the Nirvana space, and I also heard that the Thousand Beast Alliance's Heavenly Lady has the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. She can enter the Nirvana space to obtain the Genesis stone. So this time, I came here for the Genesis stone." When Xia Xianxian heard Ling Xiao's reply, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, she quickly thought it through. Big Brother is my brother, and I am his little sister. I will be with him forever, and I will not marry another man. Good boy, you actually dare to have ideas about the Genesis stone. Don't you know how valuable the Genesis stone is? Dugujin said with a cold face. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Xianxian would refute. "Grandpa, what's so good about those broken stones? Only you see them as treasures. If Big Brother needs them, I will give him a big one." "Little girl, what do you know? So many big forces want one Genesis Source Stone. Grandpa told you to give me one, but you didn't want to. Now this kid is here, and you want to give him a big one? Do you want to anger your grandpa to death?" Dugujin was so angry that he stomped his feet. "What do you know?" Chapter 1430. The Genesis Stone could accumulate a large amount of origin energy and condense it into origin energy. That was the energy that even the supreme experts had to absorb. Moreover, to the half-incipient divine beast realm warriors, if they had the Genesis Stone to break through, they wouldn't have to worry about not having enough origin energy. It could help them break through more smoothly. Keeping the Genesis Stone in a big force could strengthen that force's foundation and create more experts. Its power was more obvious than the five-colored divine heaven stone, and the energy it could gather was thicker. Thus, many big forces wanted the Genesis Stone. However, the Genesis Stone was very rare. Each of them was a top-notch supreme material. It wasn't something that could be found easily. Everyone knew that the Fire Genesis Stone was in the Nirvana space. Many people wanted to enter the Nirvana space. However, the Nirvana space ranked third among the 8 great forbidden lands. It was even more intimidating than the chaotic burial space. Even incipient God realm experts had to die there. Thus, in the past tens of thousands of years, the people who wanted to get the Genesis Stone in the Nirvana space all died there. After a long time, no one dared to go there to look for the Genesis Stone. Although the Nirvana space was a forbidden area for humans, it was the residence of the Vermilion Bird. It could ignore the terrifying fire field and enter and exit the place freely. Since Xia Xianxian had the vermilion bird, it meant that she had the right to enter and exit the nirvana space. It was precisely because of this that Xia Xianxian had become so popular. In recent years, many supreme martial artists had come to Dugujin directly, hoping that Dugujin could give them a Genesis stone and promised to pay them handsomely. There were also many supreme martial artists who wanted to get their hands on Xia Xianxian, but they were scared off by Vermilion Bird. Dugujin was Xia Xuanxuan's grandfather. Of course, he was the closest to her. However, Dugujin wasn't a fire Genesis stone. Even if he got the Genesis stone, it wouldn't be of much use. This made him depressed. Fortunately, Xia Xianxian was a fire Genesis stone. She wouldn't have to worry about becoming a supreme expert in the future. However, there were many Genesis stones in the nirvana space. Xia Xianxian had the vermilion bird's help, so she didn't need it. Dugujin planned to exchange his Genesis stone with the other supremes for the Genesis stones he needed. This was also why the news of Xia Xianxian obtaining the fire Genesis stone was leaked. In fact, Dugujin had purposely done this to lure those supremes to his door. Originally, the Genesis stone was extremely rare. Even if he asked Xia Xianxian to go to the nirvana space to get a few more Genesis stones, she refused. The main reason was that the vermilion bird divine beast couldn't bear to part with the Genesis stones. They needed to absorb the essence stones as well. Thus, after Xia Xianxian gave him one, she didn't find another Genesis stone. Hearing that Xia Xianxian was so generous to Ling Xiao, and even wanted to help Ling Xiao get the Genesis stone, Dugujin couldn't help but feel jealous. No matter what, he had raised this little girl for more than 100 years. Now, she actually treated others better than her grandfather. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Women are so outgoing. Grandfather, brother Ling Xiao came all the way here to find me. Of course, I can't refuse him. At most, I'll get you another Genesis stone." Xia Xianxian said to Dugujin once again in a spoiled manner. She was biased towards Ling Xiao, but she also cared about her grandfather, Dugujin. All right, stop shaking my arm. If you keep shaking it, grandfather's old arm will break." Every time this little girl shook his arm and acted like a spoiled child, Dugujin's heart would easily soften. After all, this little girl was his favorite granddaughter. I know grandfather treats me the best. You can't blame big brother anymore." Xia Xianxian threw a proud look at Ling Xiao and smiled. Dugujin didn't answer Xia Xuanxuan's words. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao, "If you want to cheat Xianxian of the Genesis stone, you have to go through me. Tell me, what can you use to exchange for the Genesis stone? If you don't show some sincerity, I won't agree." Xia Xianxian was anxious. She wanted to say something, but Dugujin glared at her. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Her grandfather seemed to be really angry. She didn't dare to say anything else and could only wait and see. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Old man, your Wanshou alliance is a big family. I'm just a junior. I really don't know what you need." The Wanshou alliance was a super force, and they had a supreme being. The treasures they had weren't something he could compare to. Dugujin said snappily, "It's good that you know." Following that, Ling Xiao said, "How about I use the Supreme God Pellet to exchange with you?" "Oh, you can get the Supreme God Pellet?" Dugujin was a little surprised. "I can't take it out, but I have a way to get it," Ling Xiao replied. Immediately after, he had no choice but to switch out the alchemist, Pao Zi, and put the godly alchemist badge on his chest. During battle, the alchemist robe was indeed a hindrance, and it wasn't convenient for him to use his full strength. However, when he wasn't fighting, the robe was the best facade, and could scare many people. Dugujin and Xia Xianxian were a little surprised. Xia Xianxian even exclaimed, "Big brother, you're also a godly alchemist." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Oh right, you already knew how to refine pills in the Purple Sky City. Big brother is really an all-rounder." Dugujin carefully looked at Ling Xiao, and his slightly surprised expression became even more shocked. "You're a godly alchemist from the Medicine Alliance." From the alchemist robe that Ling Xiao was wearing, it was the exclusive alchemist robe of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao lightly nodded. "That's right, I can be considered an elder of the Medicine Alliance. I can barely refine some divine pills. Although I can't refine Supreme God pellets for now, I can still exchange for a few Supreme God pellets from the Medicine Alliance. Old man, you should be able to trust me now. Dugujin lightly frowned and revealed a doubtful expression to Ling Xiao. After a while he said, Supreme God pellets are not bad, but it's not as valuable as the Genesis Stone. Old man, how many divine materials in this world can be more valuable than the Genesis Stone? Unless you can exchange it with other Genesis Stones, or a few legendary Supreme God pellets. Do you think I can? With my strength, it's already pretty good to be able to get a Supreme God pill. What's more, I won't just get one. How about I get you 5? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly. Indeed, the Genesis Stone's value was sky-high. There weren't many divine materials that could exchange for it. Grandpa, didn't you always say that we lack divine pills? Big brother is a godly alchemist. Why don't we just let him refine more divine pills for us? Xia Xianxian interrupted. Dugujin glared at Xia Xianxian, but didn't say anything because he knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Although Ling Xiao was a godly alchemist and a half-incipient god realm expert, with his ability, how could he easily get what he needed? Supreme God pellets were a supreme divine material that could barely be compared to the Genesis Stone. 5 Supreme God pellets can't compare to 1 Genesis Stone, Dugujin said. After saying this, Ling Xiao's expression became a little ugly. If Dugujin was really that heartless, what should he do? Just as Xia Xianxian was about to speak up for Ling Xiao again, Dugujin said, Unless you can refine 1,000 divine pills for us, you have to provide the materials yourself. It doesn't matter if it's King God pellets or other healing divine pills. If you can do this, I'll let the little girl ask for 1 Genesis Stone for you. 1,000 divine pills. If it was a normal godly alchemist refining this amount, it would take several years. If he had to bear the cost of the materials for these divine pills, it would be even more difficult. Not every godly apothecary had so many materials, not to mention that during the refining process, it was inevitable that the materials would be damaged, so he could only prepare more, not less. Dugujin's request was very harsh. However, compared to 1 Genesis Stone, this request wasn't too much. He believed that super forces like the Medicine Union or the Fire Clan could also provide it. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was only a guest elder of the Medicine Union. He could get the Supreme God pellets through Yen Dai Jiao, but he could only rely on his own efforts to obtain 1,000 divine pills. In these years he had refined many divine pills for the Dragon Gate, the Xiao family, and the Lotus Cult. He had collected most of the divine pills from them. Other than the healing divine pills he had used before, he still had more than 600. He still needed 300 to 400 to meet Dugujin's request. He also felt the pain of having to take out all of his divine pills at once. Dugujin looked at Ling Xiao proudly and thought to himself, Aren't you very arrogant? You actually dare to have designs on my granddaughter. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think this old man can't deal with you. Grandpa, 1,000 is too much. How about letting Big Brother give 100 divine pills? Xia Xianxian once again spoke up for Ling Xiao in a spoiled manner. Who knew that this method wouldn't work this time? Dugujin firmly believed that Ling Xiao had to pay this much in order to get something in return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to take the Genesis Stone for Ling Xiao. Xianxian, did you not see that this brat killed so many holy beasts in the clan? He even helped the Yen clan escape. The Yen clan will definitely come back to cause trouble. At that time, the spirit beasts of our mountain range will be in deep trouble. These 1,000 divine pills are practically a gift for him. If it weren't for the fact that you know him, I would have killed this brat right now. Dugujin said earnestly and patiently. What else could Xia Xianxian say? She could only look at Ling Xiao impatiently, indicating that there was nothing she could do. Dugujin originally wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao said, Xianxian, don't try to persuade the old man. His request is very reasonable. I'll pay for these 1,000 divine pills. Pausing for a moment, he then said, Give me 1 or 2 months and I can give you 1,000 divine pills, but I still need to return to the Medicine Union to exchange for the Supreme God pellet. I request that when I hand over the 1,000 divine pills, Xianxian must first take the Genesis stone for me. Then, your old man will follow me back to the Medicine Union to take the Supreme God pellet. Ling Xiao had to state his conditions in advance. Otherwise, if this old man went back on his words, it would be useless even if he cried. Chapter 1431. Dugu Jin readily agreed this time. All right, as long as you can hand over 1,000 divine pills first, I'll let the little girl give you the Genesis stone. He paused for a moment before continuing. Can you really refine 1,000 divine pills in 1 or 2 months? You're not lying to me, are you? 1,000 divine pills was definitely not a small amount. He really did not believe that Ling Xiao could refine it in such a short time. Hee, although this kid is not talented, I still have some stock. I'll just refine some more to make up for it. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything, and then he said, Now, I will find a place to refine pills, and as soon as possible, I will refine pills for you, old master. Ling Xiao also urgently needed the Genesis stone, so he had to act as soon as possible. Dugu Jin looked appreciatively at Ling Xiao and said, You can refine pills here at Xuanxuan's place. No one will disturb you here, and the heaven and earth phenomenon will not destroy this place. He had already laid down a restriction around Xia Xuanxuan's location. Aside from supreme martial artists who were stronger than him, no one else could break into this place. Even if Ling Xiao were to cause a heavenly vision due to his alchemy, it would still be isolated. That's good. Elder, remember to keep your word. Ling Xiao said and immediately rushed out of the bamboo house, looking for a quiet place to concoct pills. Big brother. Xia Xianxian wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but he was already far away. Wait for big brother to refine pills, then I'll catch up with you. Ling Xiao's voice reverberated around the bamboo house. Dugu Jin, on the other hand, showed some appreciation. This kid's temper is quite fiery, but a young man should have this kind of drive, unlike us old men. It's all your grandfather's fault. I've decided to ignore you for a month. In the future, even if I get Aunt Kay's feathers, I won't give them to you. Xia Xianxian pouted her cute little mouth angrily. Dugu Jin said anxiously, Don't, this little girl wants grandpa's life. I've reserved the vermilion bird feather a long time ago. The vermilion bird plume was the source of the vermilion bird plume's power. Each plume contained a powerful divine might. This was a divine item that could only be encountered by chance. Dugu Jin didn't want to miss it. Xia Xianxian lifted her proud round face and snorted, ignoring Dugu Jin. Although Dugu Jin was a respected figure of his generation, he was still unable to deal with girls. He could only worry helplessly. The place where Xia Xianxian lived was not small. It was like a small city. It was not difficult for Ling Xiao to find a place to practice alchemy. Finally, Ling Xiao found an open space on a small hill and began to refine pills. In order to save time, Ling Xiao planned to concoct pills with his real body and clone at the same time. Besides the obsidian divine cauldron, when he was in the alchemy guild, he had gotten a normal divine grade cauldron. This was to prevent him from not using the obsidian divine cauldron when he was refining pills in public. After all, the obsidian divine cauldron was one of the ancient divine cauldrons. Any alchemist would be envious of it. Even a supreme expert was no exception. Thus he had to treat it carefully. Now it was finally going to be put to use. Ling Xiao's real body and clone separated a lot of distance. He took out the 2 divine cauldrons and immediately entered the refining state. Ling Xiao had reached the peak of half-incipient God realm. His refining speed was many times faster than before. What's more, he was refining pills separately with his real body and soul avatar, which was equivalent to 2 top-notch divine pharmacists refining pills at the same time. Their speed was countless times faster than ordinary divine pharmacists, which was incomparable. With Ling Xiao's success rate, he alone could compete with 5 alchemists refining pills at the same time. Dugu Jin had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's movements. When he saw Ling Xiao split into 2, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He knew that Ling Xiao's tenbin was abnormal, and he was also a divine alchemist. These were enough to be several times more outstanding than any other monstrous genius. However, he felt that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. This is blood, flesh, and God's soul. Moreover, his power already has the power of a supreme expert. How did this kid do it? It's too abnormal. Dugujin thought to himself in shock. Then he said, could it be that this kid obtained some sort of ancient opportunity? But there are no records of such a monstrous existence since ancient times. Dugujin was already 100,000 years old monster. His knowledge was not something that others could compare with. Even he was deeply shocked. It was enough to show that Ling Xiao had surprised him greatly. Then he saw Ling Xiao's miraculous refining skills. He believed that Ling Xiao would be able to fulfill his request in a short time. He regretted that he should have doubled the number of divine pills. What a big miscalculation, Dugujin thought to himself. He paused for a while, then smiled faintly. Luckily, that girl Xian has a good relationship with this kid. When the time comes, we can rope him into our 1,000 Beast Alliance. We won't have to worry about not having divine pills. When he reaches the Supreme Incipient God Realm, this kid will even be able to refine Supreme God pills. We've really picked up a treasure. Dugujin saw Ling Xiao's potential. His plan was good. He actually wanted to keep Ling Xiao. But it was just a thought. Unless he put Ling Xiao under house arrest, Ling Xiao wouldn't stay in their 1,000 Beast Alliance for a long time. At this time, he left the place and directly flew out of the Nine Heavens domain. The battle between Ma Yanquan and the supreme masters of the Yan clan had reached its climax. Both sides had suffered many losses. Ma Yanquan had 4 level 11 holy beasts at his disposal. 2 of them were mid-level level 11 holy beasts, while the other 2 were low-level holy beasts. Ma Yanquan himself was at the peak of low-level supreme master. His strength could be compared to the 5 supreme masters. As for the Yan clan, Yan Tianba was a mid-level supreme master. Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong were low-level supreme masters. Among the 3 of them, only Yan Tianba had a low-level holy beast. Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong's holy beasts hadn't reached level 11, so they couldn't be of any use here. In other words, on the surface, Ma Yanquan's strength seemed to be stronger than the Yan clans. However, Yan Tianba was a supreme master who had been famous for a long time. He single-handedly used the ancient god weapon to hold back the 2 mid-level holy beasts, sharing the pressure from the other 2. Ma Yanquan and the other 2 low-level holy beasts seemed to have the upper hand in dealing with Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong. However, Ma Yanquan was a beast tamer. His combat strength was slightly weaker than the 2 from the Yan clan. This caused the battle to drag on for a long time. Yan Tianba's battle with the 2 mid-level holy beasts was extremely dangerous. These holy beasts could reach level 11, so the special divine power they possessed was simply impossible to guard against. A slight carelessness would lead to death. Fortunately, Yan Tianba had the ancient god weapon, so they didn't dare to get close to him. The 4 humans and 5 holy beasts had been fighting in the Nine Heavens domain for a long time. None of them had it easy. A large amount of God's blood had already been splattered in the sky. Every attack from the battle waves they unleashed could destroy a large area of the Nine Heavens domain, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. If these Supremes were to fight in the Nine Heavens domain, the Heavenly Sparrow domain would probably be completely destroyed by them. This was a battle between Supremes. The terrifying divine might was definitely not something an ordinary person could imagine. Ma Yanquan tried his best to hide behind the holy beasts as he shouted, "You won't be able to live for long. When my senior brother comes out, all of you will die here." Ma Yanquan was also boasting. How would he know if his senior brother would come and lend him a helping hand? In any case, he didn't want to continue wasting his energy like this. He was afraid that the other party would fight to the death and kill him. In any case, his main task was to lead the 3 Yan clan supremes and create an opportunity for Shinkun Bao, who was below the mountain range. Now that they had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, he believed that the outcome of the battle below the mountain range had already been decided. Before your senior brother comes, I will definitely kill you first." Yan Tianba wielded the ancient divine weapon like a god of war. He continuously unleashed terrifying sea of fire incineration, forcing the 2 holy beasts to not be able to get close to him. He coldly snorted and wanted to break through the 2 holy beasts to attack Ma Yanquan. Unfortunately, The two holy beasts continuously spat out terrifying elemental attacks, forcibly sealing him in place. Although Yan Tianba was wearing a defensive divine armor, he couldn't forcibly pass through the middle. Helpless, he could only retreat to block these attacks. If you continue to fight, you won't be able to gain anything. Why don't we just stop here? Ma Yingquan said again. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. At this time, Yin Gongxiu seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. He then said, my clan's Lang is below the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. They have so many holy beasts to rely on this. Yin Tianba and Yin Xiaolong both understood the meaning of Yin Gongxiu's words, and their expressions changed greatly. Ma Yingquan, if anything happens to my Lang, our Yin clan will definitely flatten your 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Let's go back. Yin Tianba angrily roared, and wanted to break away from the holy beasts, and return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. If anything happened to the Yin clan, even if they attacked below the Earth domain, they would destroy the foundation of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Ma Yingquan gritted his teeth and shouted, fellows, go all out. Make sure all of them stay here. Ma Yingquan originally didn't want to go all out, but when the Yin clan was forced into a corner, they would really do anything. Thus, he might as well fight them to the end and decide life and death. However, if Jizun really wanted to avoid the battle, Ma Yingquan and his holy beasts wouldn't be able to stop them. Just as Yin Tianba and the others were about to rush back to the Earth domain, someone rushed out from the Nine Heavens barrier. When Yin Tianba and the others saw who it was, they immediately revealed worried expressions. Senior brother. Ma Yingquan couldn't help but cry out when he saw who it was. The person who had rushed over from the Earth domain was Dugujin. Dugujin, do you really want to kill us all? Yin Tianba's face darkened as he looked at Dugujin and said faintly, who in the Heavenly Sparrow domain didn't know that Dugujin was the Lord of 10,000 beasts. He also had many 11th level holy beasts, and it was rumored that two of them were high-level 11th level holy beasts. This kind of person was almost a peak existence in the Heavenly Sparrow domain. He was also one of the top existences in the Heaven region. Chapter 1432. Dugujin and Ma Yingquan were not the only two supreme martial artists in the Wanshou Alliance. However, most of the supreme martial artists would either go into seclusion or seek cultivation opportunities in the outer lands. Very few of them would stay in their own factions. Moreover, this matter concerned the relationship between the Wanshou Alliance and the Yen tribe. Dugujin had to intervene personally. The Thousand Beast Alliance's strength was still slightly weaker than the Fire tribe, but it did not mean that the Fire tribe would go all out against them. If that happened, it would not only be a disaster for the Thousand Beast Alliance, it would also be a disaster for the Fire tribe. When Yin Tianba, Yin Gongxiu, and Yin Xiaolong saw Dugujin appear, they felt a chill run down their spines. He was not on the sovereign list, but he was someone who could shake the sovereign list. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Exterminate us? If that was the case, you would not have survived until now. Dugujin laughed coldly. Then what do you want? Don't think that we are afraid of you. Even if we die, you will not be able to escape from our clansmen. Yin Tianba shouted. Originally, they had rushed to the Wanshou mountain range to force the Wanshou Alliance to release their people, thinking that the Wanshou Alliance would not dare to start a war. However, everything had gone beyond their expectations. The Wanshou Alliance did not even give face to the Yen tribe. They had been angered by the Wanshou Alliance and had started a war outside the outer lands. They did not leave any supreme martial artists to stand guard at the foot of the Wanshou mountain range. Don't be too confident. If you really wanted to negotiate with us, you would not have sent so many people to the Wanshou mountain range. Didn't you just want to test our strength? Dugujin said disdainfully. After a pause he continued. Go back and tell that old bastard in your clan that as long as I, Dugujin, am alive, he will not bully the Wanshou Alliance. As he finished, Dugujin released his aura, causing the wind and turbulence in the surroundings to be blown away. Senior brother, why waste your breath on them? Let us join forces and destroy them. Ma Yingquan said from the side. Yin Tianba could feel that Dugujin was already at the perfect middle stage. It seemed like he was preparing to break through to the next stage, causing him to be extremely shocked. If Dugujin really became a high-level supreme martial artist, with the help of the 11th level high-level holy beast that he could control, no one in the Tianke domain would be able to stop him. Yin Tianba and the rest knew that if they continued to fight, they would all die here. The three of them looked at each other. Yin Tianba cupped his hands towards Dugujin and said, "Alliance leader Dugu, I will definitely bring today's words back to my ancestor." Then the three of them turned around and headed for the Flame Race's lands through the outer realms. They knew that even if they returned to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, it would be difficult to gain anything. It was better to leave as soon as possible, lest Dugujin go back on his word and deal with them. Ma Yanquan said with some unwillingness, "Senior brother, are you going to let them go just like that? So what if I don't let them go? Are we really going to let them stay? That old bastard from the Yen family will definitely fight us to the death. Furthermore, the Flame Race has already suffered a great defeat this time. How dare they try to attack our Thousand Beast Alliance? They really don't know what they are doing," Dugujin said disdainfully. "Could it be that the Flame Race has other plans?" Ma Yanquan asked in confusion. "What else do you want? They just want to test our bottom line. If we give in, they will ask for more. Their goal isn't to save people but the Genesis Stone with the fire attribute." Dugujin squinted his old eyes. Ma Yanquan revealed an expression of surprise as he said, "Why didn't I think of this? The Yen clan's people are really good at scheming. If we retreat this time, they will think that we are bullying them. And if we counterattack, they will be able to test our strength. It seems like they won't let this go. I haven't shown my face for so many years. They thought that I was dead. This time, I came out to let them know that I am still alive, and it won't be long before I reach the next level. The Flame Race won't dare to act rashly anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely come to apologize," Dugujin said confidently. Dugujin and the Flame Race's ancestor were from the same generation. He more or less understood that guy. He didn't know whether the Flame Race had the Genesis Stone or not, but he knew that an additional Genesis Stone would be like adding wings to a tiger for a fire attribute family like the Flame Race. It would increase their overall strength to the next level. When the Flame Race sent someone to propose marriage, Dugujin already knew what they were planning. But he didn't reject them in the beginning. After all, the Flame Race was the strongest ancient race in the Tianke territory. If they were to unite by marriage, it would be very beneficial to the Thousand Beast Alliance. But the condition was that the man who married his granddaughter had to stay and become their grandson-in-law. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. After all, Xia Xianxian was a genius young lady that he had raised himself. How could he easily give her to another force? Furthermore, Xia Xianxian didn't just represent herself. She represented the vermilion bird divine beast and the ability to summon beasts. Hence, Dugujin wanted Xia Xianxian to be a member of the Thousand Beast Alliance forever. He wouldn't allow anyone to take her away. The Flame Race's proposal failed, and something happened instead. This was out of the Flame Race's expectations. In the end, they had to change their strategy to test the Thousand Beast Alliance. In the end, the Flame Race cared about the Genesis Stone the most. Of this, Dugujin was completely certain. Now that the two sides were at war, unless the Flame Race attacked en masse to steal the Genesis Stone, they would definitely ask for peace. Compared to the former, if they invaded the Fire Clan, it would be a deadly war. To the Fire Clan, it would not be worth it. On the other hand, although they would lose some face if they asked for peace, they could improve their relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Then they could ask for something else to exchange for the Genesis Stone. Regardless of what the Flame Race thought, Dugujin didn't want to break off relations with them. Hence, he let Yin Tianba and the others go. He had to think for the future of the Thousand Beast Alliance. The previous clash was also his intention. He just wanted to tell everyone that the Thousand Beast Alliance wasn't something that anyone could bully, not even the powerful Flame Race. At Xia Xuanxuan's place, she watched Ling Xiao concoct elixirs on a hill not far away. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Xia Xuanxuan's feelings for Ling Xiao were simple. She was grateful to Ling Xiao for everything he had done for her. Moreover, Ling Xiao was the first person who had given her warmth and love. Hence, She remembered him forever and treated Ling Xiao as her closest kin. When she saw Ling Xiao again, she was naturally overjoyed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was so powerful now. She didn't have to worry about the gap between them. Instead, she was the one who couldn't keep up with him. Although she still had the temperament of a child, she was already over 100 years old. She understood many things, including the matters of love. When her grandfather had mentioned finding a man to be her cultivation companion, she had disliked it. She didn't like it because she didn't have a man she liked. Of course, she didn't want to be with a man she hadn't met before. Now Ling Xiao's appearance had undoubtedly caused ripples in her heart. Of course, it wasn't that she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao. It was that she liked her big brother. A child's thoughts were the simplest and purest. Her thoughts about Ling Xiao were still the same as when she was a child. Now, as long as she saw Ling Xiao by her side, she would be extremely satisfied. She would like him very much. If her grandfather insisted that she find a man to be her cultivation companion, then that man could only be her big brother. There would be no one else. After all, she had been staying in the mountain range all year round. She had been with spiritual beasts and didn't have any human friends. This also caused her to make such a decision. However, her thoughts were very simple. As long as she could always be her big brother's little sister and be with him forever, she would be satisfied. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Ling Xiao had finally completed the divine pill that he wanted to refine. He had even surpassed it to prepare for a rainy day. Ling Xiao merged into one and finally heaved a sigh of relief. After more than a month of sleepless nights, he had finally finished refining the 300 to 400 divine pills. His divine materials had also been greatly reduced. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gotten a lot of materials from the barbarian race, he would have felt a heartache. Big brother, you finished refining? Xia Xianxian was like a fairy as she jumped to Ling Xiao's side and asked joyfully. And I finished refining. I believe that the old man will be able to fulfill his promise. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Big brother, you're so awesome. I can feel that both of you have lives, just like twins. What kind of secret technique is that? Xia Xianxian asked with admiration. Hee, this is a divine soul doppelganger. You can do it too. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I can do it, but I can't use my elemental power. How come you can do it? Can you teach me? Xia Xianxian naturally hugged Ling Xiao's arm and gently shook it. Ling Xiao smelled Xia Xuanxuan's pure aura. He didn't feel anything strange. He only felt a faint warmth. It wasn't bad to have such a cute little girl as his little sister. I'll teach you when I have time. Take me to see the old man. It's more important now. Ling Xiao changed the topic. Okay, Xia Xianxian replied obediently. Then she asked, Big brother, do you really need the Genesis stone? Ling Xiao nodded heavily and said, and I want it at all costs. Okay, then I'll do whatever it takes to get it for big brother. Xia Xianxian said firmly. Haha, thank you in advance, big brother, Ling Xiao said happily. Then he said, but I don't want you to put your grandfather in a difficult position. He raised you, so you should respect him and love him. Don't make him angry easily. Do you understand? Xia Xianxian lowered her head like a child who had been wronged. She said, Big brother, I understand. In the beginning, I hated Grandpa for forcing me to leave Big brother. But later, I found out that Grandpa treated me well, so I love him very much. I'm just angry that he didn't treat Big brother well. Chapter 1433. Ling Xiao patted Xia Xuanxuan's head and said, Of course I know Xianxian will always be a good girl. Xia Xianxian said with dissatisfaction, Big brother, I'm not a child, I'm a woman. After saying that, she purposely stuck out her chest to show her opposition. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything else. In his eyes, Xia Xianxian was a child, a little sister. At this moment, Dugujin's voice sounded. Yes, my little girl has grown up. It's time for her to get married. Grandpa, I've decided not to marry for the rest of my life. I want to serve you for the rest of my life. Xia Xianxian jumped to Dugujin's side and held his hand. After hearing her big brother's words, she also knew that she was not filial enough to her grandfather. So from this moment on, she had to be filial to her grandfather, and not let her big brother say anything bad about her. Dugujin looked at Xia Xianxian with a kind expression and said, "How can this be? When a girl grows up, of course she needs to find a good cultivation partner. That way, she won't be lonely in her long life." Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, do you think my Xianxian is beautiful?" Ling Xiao replied, "Is there a need to ask? Of course my little sister is beautiful. If she were to find a husband, who knows how many young men would fight to be her cultivation partner." Dugujin raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so honest. From his words, he only treated his granddaughter as a sister, and not as a cultivation partner. He thought to himself, could it be that this kid is looking down on the little girl? Or is he looking down on our Wanshou alliance? Dugujin said with some anger, "Haven't you thought about marrying Xianxian? She is the goddess of our Wanshou alliance. Even the youngest godly medicine master of the Yan clan wants to marry her. Getting her is equivalent to getting the support of our Wanshou alliance and the protection of the vermilion bird." Xia Xianxian stamped her feet in embarrassment and said, "Grandpa, what are you saying? I'm ignoring you." Then she glanced at Ling Xiao and ran away. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa, you don't need to test me. Xianxian is indeed a good woman, but in my heart, she's just a little sister. I can take care of her for the rest of her life, but I don't want to ruin her life. I already have a lot of women." Ling Xiao spoke very plainly and sincerely, without the slightest pretense. To be honest, Xia Xianxian had a good background, Tenbin was a good place, and she even had the protection of a divine beast. However, why would Ling Xiao force himself to be with Xia Xianxian, just because of these? He already had a lot of love debts, and he didn't want to get involved in too many entanglements. Moreover, he wanted to maintain this pure sibling relationship with Xia Xianxian forever. Dugujin could tell the truth from Ling Xiao's words, and he couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. Then he no longer discussed this topic and changed the topic. "Have you refined the 1,000 divine pills I asked for?" Ling Xiao smiled and handed a spatial ring to Dugujin. "They're all inside. Grandpa, please inspect them." Dugujin took the spatial ring and scanned it with his divine sense. Indeed, there were 1,000 divine pills stored inside one by one. "Not bad, you've got some skills." Dugujin rarely praised Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded, "It's passable." "Then did Grandpa ask Xianxian to get me a Genesis stone?" He, don't worry, don't worry. The Genesis stone isn't easy to get." Dugujin put away the spatial ring and revealed a sly smile. How could Ling Xiao not worry? He was waiting to save someone. "Grandpa, you can't burn the bridge after crossing the river," Ling Xiao said with a trace of dissatisfaction. "Did I? Is it because you haven't fulfilled your conditions yet?" Dugujin showed an innocent expression. Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and said, "Didn't we agree? As long as Xianxian gets the Genesis stone, you'll accompany me to Tianyuan region. At that time, you'll get a lot of supreme divine pills." He muttered in his heart, "This old man isn't going back on his words, right? Tianyuan region is too far. My old legs can't walk anymore. I won't accompany you," Dugujin said shamelessly. "Grandpa, if you have any other requests, just say it," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He was angry. He had cheated him of 1,000 divine pills, and now he wanted to go back on his word. Dugujin laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's not that I won't let Xianxian get the Genesis stone for you. I just want to change the conditions." He paused for a while and said, "The future of our Wanshou alliance depends on Xianxian. It's just that this child is very naive. Besides interacting with spiritual beasts, she doesn't want to do anything else. I'm afraid that one day, when I'm gone, the Wanshou alliance won't be able to protect the Wanshou alliance." Ling Xiao didn't interrupt him. He just waited for Dugujin to continue. "Now I want to find a reliable ally who can help Xianxian at the critical moment. It's the same as helping our Wanshou alliance. Originally, when the Yan clan came to propose marriage, I wanted to test Yin Yang's character. Basically, I'm satisfied with him. However, I didn't expect that he wasn't what I wanted. Today, the Wanshou alliance and the Yan clan have become enemies. Our Wanshou alliance is in a more dangerous situation. I hope that you can promise me that if Xianxian is in danger, and our Wanshou alliance is in danger, you must help her and our Wanshou alliance. As long as you promise me, I will let Xianxian get the Genesis stone for you, Dugujin said solemnly. He didn't look like he was joking. He had been thinking about this for a long time. He was a supreme incipient god realm expert with an endless lifespan. However, even so, he couldn't guarantee that he could live forever. Since ancient times, there were many supreme incipient god realm experts. However, why didn't they live forever? Why did they disappear in the long river of history? It was because after reaching the supreme realm, there was a battlefield that belonged to the supreme experts. They weren't willing to be left alone. They wanted to continue to pursue stronger powers and realms. During this process, it was inevitable that they would clash with other supreme experts. It was normal for them to fall. Take the Wanshou alliance and the Yan clan as an example. If the Yan clan really didn't want to give up and declare war on the Wanshou alliance, the supreme experts couldn't stay out of it. A battle to the death was unavoidable. Thus Dugujin had to consider for Xia Xianxian. After all, Xia Xianxian was too naive. He was afraid that she would be deceived in the future. Today he didn't have a better choice. He could only choose Ling Xiao to be Xia Xuanxuan's guardian. Ling Xiao's power didn't seem strong enough. However, he was young, outstanding in Tianbin, and he had a good relationship with Xia Xianxian. Xia Xianxian admired him from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, he had seen Ling Xiao's fighting power. He also knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to become a supreme expert. Thus, Ling Xiao was the most ideal candidate in his mind. He would rather give up on the supreme god pellet for Ling Xiao's promise. It had to be said that Dugujin's foresight and courage were extraordinary. Ling Xiao replied without thinking. Old master, you should know that I saved Xianxian's life when she was very young. Because we were in the same boat, I pitied her and sympathized with her. Originally, I had decided to protect her as she grew up and treat her like my own sister. However, you interfered and took her away from me. I don't blame old master. In fact, I'm glad that Xianxian had such an opportunity. Otherwise, I don't know how much suffering she would have suffered if she had stayed by my side. Even now, when I see her again, I still see her as my sister, as the closest person to me. Of course, I have the obligation to do my best to protect her and love her. However, I'm not a member of the Wanshou alliance, and my personal strength is still weak. I don't have the right to say that I can protect the Wanshou alliance. So, I can only agree to half of your conditions. What a joke. Trying to tie his life to the Wanshou alliance with a piece of Genesis stone? Ling Xiao wasn't that stupid. However, he loved Xianxian from the bottom of his heart. If she were to be in danger in the future, he would only save her. Dugujin narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a while before saying, You're right. You don't have the right to protect the Wanshou alliance now, but that doesn't mean that you won't have the right in the future. Of course, I won't force you. You just have to protect Xianxian from being bullied for me. Dugujin didn't force Ling Xiao, but he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he thought to himself proudly, Xianxian is the Wanshou alliance's holy lady. She will definitely be with the Wanshou alliance. If something happens to her in the future, can you bear to stay out of it? Hehe. Dugujin was also an astute person. In the end, Ling Xiao was still one step behind. After Ling Xiao and Dugujin came to an agreement, Ling Xiao was extremely happy. The Fire Genesis stone would soon be in his hands. However, Dugujin's words poured a bucket of cold water over Ling Xiao's head once again. The Genesis stone is in the Nirvana space. Although the divine beast vermilion bird can come and go as it pleases, it won't be easy to obtain the Genesis stone. It's best if you can accompany Xianxian. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck. Dugujin said and left. I have to enter the Nirvana space? Ling Xiao said gloomily. That was one of the 8 great forbidden areas, and it was ranked 3rd. Anyone who entered it would definitely die. If he had no other choice, Ling Xiao didn't want to enter the Nirvana space. Ling Xiao found Xia Xianxian and told her what Dugujin had told him. Grandpa, it's dangerous to get some broken stones, but it's not impossible. Why must Big Brother go with us? Xia Xianxian pouted and said unwillingly. Why? Is the Genesis stone hard to get? Xianxian, tell me honestly, isn't it dangerous? Ling Xiao asked seriously. Xia Xianxian could only answer. The Nirvana space is dangerous. I've only gone in with Auntie K once, and I almost couldn't get out. But big brother, don't worry. With Auntie K bringing me in, I can definitely get you another Genesis stone. Ling Xiao was in a dilemma. From Xia Xuanxuan's tone, it seemed like the Nirvana space was dangerous. Even if it was the vermilion bird's residence, there were existences that it was afraid of. Should he enter or not? Ling Xiao hesitated. Chapter 1434. Ling Xiao didn't have a choice. Dugajin had told him that it was dangerous to enter the Nirvana space because he wanted him to go with Xia Xianxian. If he didn't go, Dugajin would have a negative opinion of him. Perhaps he would take the chance to say that he wasn't a man, and that he wasn't as good as a woman. Perhaps it was to test if he was willing to sacrifice everything for Xia Xianxian. Anyway, no matter how much Ling Xiao said that he loved Xia Xianxian, his actions were more practical than words. Perhaps Ling Xiao's choice this time was something Dugajin had purposely created. Or he didn't want Ling Xiao to take the Genesis stone easily. From Xia Xianxian, he knew that the Nirvana space was a world with a sea of fire. The flames of the origin were everywhere. It was at least 10,000 degrees. Anyone below the King God realm would turn into ashes immediately. Even a King God realm expert couldn't stay there for 10 days or half a month. That place was a furnace. Besides the flames, it also had a lot of fire toxins. Once they breathed in, they couldn't expel the toxins. Eventually, they would be tortured to death. She used to go there with the vermilion bird. Without the vermilion bird's divine light, she wasn't qualified to get close to that place. Also, the reason why she could reach her current realm was because of the miraculous encounters in the Nirvana space. Once they entered the Nirvana space, they would lose their way. They wouldn't be able to find the exit. Eventually, they would be trapped there forever. Although that place was called the Vermilion Bird's territory, after tens of thousands of years of changes, it had produced a special kind of fire beasts. These fire beasts had affected the Vermilion Bird's habitat severely, because they had existences above level 11. Moreover, there were many of them. Even an incipient God realm expert wouldn't be able to survive if he encountered them. Besides these, there were many unknown dangers that ordinary people couldn't imagine. At that time, Xia Xianxian couldn't stand the environment there. After she got the Genesis stone, she hurriedly left the Nirvana space. She used to swear that she didn't want to enter the Nirvana space anymore. It was too boring and uncomfortable. However, this time, for her big brother, she had made up her mind. No matter what, she had to go there one more time to get the Genesis stone for her big brother. Hence, Ling Xiao brought Xia Xianxian on a journey to the Nirvana space. The Nirvana space was not very far from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. With the Vermilion Bird's speed, it would not take more than a month to arrive. However, there was one thing that gave Ling Xiao a headache, and that was that the Vermilion Bird actually didn't allow him to sit on its back. No matter what Xia Xianxian said, it was still unwilling. After all, divine beasts had their own dignity and pride. It was already very amazing for a non-recognized human to be able to approach them. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the prodigal. If it was by his side and entered the Nirvana space with it, it would also gain a lot. After all, the prodigal was of the fire attribute, and in such a special environment, the adaptability of a divine beast was incomparable to that of a human. However, he didn't want to rush back to the Sky Dragon territory to bring the prodigal along. He didn't want to waste any more time. With the help of the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Pearl, he should be able to try and adapt to the environment of those flames. As long as they could survive there, everything would be much easier. Along the way, Xia Xianxian was like a lark, chattering nonstop to Ling Xiao, as if she wasn't afraid of the legendary Forbidden Land. It was no wonder, after entering it once, she was able to come out safely. Although she didn't know the environment like the back of her hand, she was able to adapt, so naturally, she wasn't that worried. Finally, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian arrived near the Nirvana space, under the Nirvana mountain range. The Nirvana mountain range was affected by the Nirvana space. Many of the spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs, and spiritual beasts here were mainly of the fire attribute, and there were very few of the other attributes. Back then, Xia Xianxian had also traveled to the Nirvana mountain range to get to know the little vermilion bird, gain its trust, and obtain the protection of the vermilion bird. This place was the legendary place where the vermilion bird once lived. Looking from afar, at the entrance of the Nirvana space, fire clouds were constantly surging, and bursts of flames seemed to be burning high up in the sky. The raging flames were surging, and it was like a natural phenomenon, making people feel amazed. Before they got close, Ling Xiao had already felt the intense heat, and it also contained the aura of the fire poison that ordinary people couldn't detect. If ordinary warriors came here to cultivate, they wouldn't get any benefits, and they would be tortured by the fire poison first. Big brother, Aunt Sparrow doesn't allow you to sit on her. What should we do? If we get separated inside, you won't be able to come out. Xia Xianxian said dejectedly. If it was the little vermilion bird, she could persuade it, but the big vermilion bird didn't listen to her, so she couldn't do anything. When they got inside, the little vermilion bird would have to shrink its body and stay on the big vermilion bird's body, so it wouldn't get hurt under its protection. Thus Xia Xianxian was very worried. Once they got inside, what would Ling Xiao do without the vermilion bird's protection? Ling Xiao was also worried about this problem. Even if he entered the Nirvana space, without the help of the vermilion bird, he wouldn't know where the Genesis stone was, and it was easy to get lost. Ling Xiao looked at Xia Xianxian and said, "Let me persuade it." Xia Xianxian nodded, and went forward with the little vermilion bird, leaving the big vermilion bird to communicate with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the arrogant vermilion bird and said, "Vermilion bird, you are the divine bird, the king of all beasts. I respect you very much. I know that the vermilion bird tribe and the true dragon tribe have been allies for generations, and I almost became the crown prince of the dragons. Can you take me into the Nirvana space for the sake of the dragons?" Then Ling Xiao deduced his aura, and a real golden dragon shadow appeared behind him, roaring continuously. At the same time, a fiery red dragon shadow condensed on Ling Xiao's palm. The two dragons shone together, and it looked incomparably powerful. Even though the vermilion bird knew that it wasn't real, it couldn't help but cry out when it saw the dragon shadow. "Human, even if you are close to the dragons, you are not qualified to sit on my back," the vermilion bird said coldly. Ling Xiao didn't give up. He continued, "I am not only close to the true dragon tribe, I also have a brother from the Fire Qilin tribe. It is now in the Sky Dragon district. If it was by my side, I wouldn't need to beg you." Then Ling Xiao condensed the mighty image of a prodigal again. Divine beasts could only be intimidated by other divine beasts. He had to use some special methods to let the vermilion bird know that he had also sat on a divine beast before, and that he didn't care about the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's sharp eyes looked at the fire qilin that Ling Xiao had condensed, and the fiery aura obviously doubled. Ling Xiao was so scared that he thought he had angered the vermilion bird. "I can take you in, but you have to promise me one thing." The vermilion bird finally relented. Ling Xiao was so happy. As long as the vermilion bird relented, everything would be easy. He asked, "What do you want?" "As long as I can do it, I will do it for you." "You can't do it, but your Fire Qilin tribe can do it." The vermilion bird answered and then said, "In the future, you will bring your friends from the Fire Qilin tribe to see me. I want them to do something with me." "Isn't it difficult?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. "To you humans, it is a battle between clans. I want to destroy the Golden Crow tribe," the vermilion bird said with a murderous aura. "Exterminate the Golden Crow clan." Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. The Golden Crow tribe was one of the 9 great divine beasts. They were called the Children of the Sun. They lived on the sun for a long time. Even King God Realm experts couldn't fly there directly. Only incipient God Realm experts could travel through the endless space to reach the edge of the sun. However, the power of fire in the sun was even stronger than the Nirvana space. Even incipient God Realm experts wouldn't go there easily. However, the vermilion bird wanted to destroy the Golden Crow tribe, which surprised him a lot. However, Ling Xiao also knew that there were battles between the divine beasts. He couldn't understand the secrets of the desolate antiquity. Ling Xiao said, I can only take it to meet you. I'm not sure if it will go with you to destroy the Golden Crow tribe. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take charge. After all, he and the prodigal boy were brothers. Moreover, the Qilin tribe wouldn't listen to an outsider like him. Yeah, that's good. They will definitely agree. The vermilion bird said affirmatively. Then it said, get on. Don't leave my back. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get burned to death. Okay. Ling Xiao was happy. He immediately flew on the vermilion bird's back. Stepping on the soft feathers of the vermilion bird, Ling Xiao felt proud. He had the fortune to see 4 of the 9 great divine beasts, and he had ridden 3 of them. If he told others, not many people would believe him. After all, every single type of divine beast was extremely rare, yet Ling Xiao was able to ride 3 of them. It was truly hard to believe. The vermilion bird instantly dashed forward, its speed as fast as lightning. When it reached Xia Xianxian, she saw Ling Xiao standing on its back. She worshipped him and said, Big brother, how did you do it? You're too amazing. Auntie Sparrow doesn't even give my grandfather face. You can actually persuade her. You must be the most amazing beast tamer. Dugujin was the most powerful beast tamer in the world. Other than the divine beasts, he could almost interact with any holy beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dozens of level 11 holy beasts by his side. These were all powerful holy beasts that he had tamed for many years. Even he couldn't tame the vermilion bird, but Ling Xiao could. Naturally, Xia Xianxian worshipped him. Just now, she couldn't persuade the vermilion bird to let Ling Xiao get on its back. Ling Xiao smiled disapprovingly. Auntie Sparrow didn't lower herself to my level. She pitied me and brought me in. Xianxian, come on, we'll go in now. Time waits for no man. Ling Xiao had to get the Genesis stone as soon as possible and help the ancestor. Chapter 1435. The Nirvana space was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. The most terrifying thing about it was the blazing flame. It was as if it was burning the sky day and night, as if it wanted to go against the heavens, as if it wanted to burn the heavens and destroy the universe. The sound of the flames that suddenly appeared soared into the sky was terrifying. Looking at the red sea of fire in the sky, it was definitely a strange sight that made people gasp in amazement. Although the mountain range under the Nirvana space was full of poisonous fire, there were still many mercenaries wandering around. Perhaps they thought that they would have a chance to see the vermilion bird. On this day, they indeed saw a flaming figure rushing towards the Nirvana space at an extremely fast speed. Many divine kings couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Look, isn't that the vermilion bird divine beast? It's too fast, I can't see it clearly, but it's dashing towards the Nirvana space. Besides the vermilion bird, which other holy beast dares to do that? It should be the vermilion bird. Look, if it's not a wing, what is it? Moreover, the power of the flame it's carrying. Except for the vermilion bird, no other holy beast can have such power and speed. I can't believe that I can see the vermilion bird in my lifetime. Even though it's just a shadow, I feel honored. No, I have to chase after it. I must see the vermilion bird once. The mercenaries in every corner were so excited. Some of them even chased after the vermilion bird. They didn't care about their lives at all. However, their efforts were in vain. Even a supreme incipient god realm expert couldn't catch up with the vermilion bird's speed. Moreover, the vermilion bird had already dashed into the Nirvana space. They could only look at it and stop. The closer they got to the Nirvana space, the fiercer the aura of the flame. The temperature here was like a furnace. Even ordinary divine weapons would be melted by the flame. It was enough to show how terrifying this place was. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were sitting on the vermilion bird's back. They could still feel the raging flame. When they entered the mouth of the flame, ordinary people would think that they would die for sure. They would be scared out of their wits. Big brother, are you scared? Xia Xianxian grabbed the corner of Ling Xiao's shirt and asked softly. Ling Xiao looked at the pale Xia Xianxian and frowned. Xianxian, are you not used to it? Xia Xianxian shook her head and said, No, I'm fine. I'm just a little scared. Ling Xiao did not expect Xia Xianxian to be afraid. He felt that she should not have felt this way since she had been in there once. Ling Xiao held Xia Xuanxuan's delicate hand and transmitted a wave of energy to stabilize her mind. Don't worry, the vermilion bird divine beast will protect us. Moreover, with Big Brother here, nothing can hurt you. Ling Xiao's voice was like a devil's voice, causing Xia Xianxian to gradually regain her composure. At this moment, the vermilion bird had already plunged into the sea of flames. Pung pung. The terrifying flames continued to churn and burn, and the fire snakes continued to attack the vermilion bird. In the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao's heart was as steady as a rock and as steady as Mount Tai. He did not panic at all. This level of calmness was probably something that even a supreme martial artist could not compare to. After all, Ling Xiao had faced countless situations of life and death since he had grown up. Who knew how many terrifying dead faces he had barged into? He had even stayed in the violent area of the chaotic burial space for as long as 10 years. How could this sea of flames make him lose his composure and be afraid? Even without the protection of the vermilion bird, Ling Xiao could still walk freely in this sea of flames. This was because he had the heavenly fire bead. Moreover, it was the kind of heavenly fire bead that had evolved many times. It was enough to protect him in this place. Now the demonic heavenly fire bead in his knowledge, Xi became excited. It was very eager to absorb the origin of flames in this place. This was definitely a great tonic for it. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to open up his knowledge Xi, and let the demonic heavenly fire bead absorb the surrounding flames, making it even stronger. Unfortunately, with the vermilion bird's power isolating it, the demonic heavenly fire bead could not absorb the flames no matter how hard it tried. Ling Xiao could only comfort it for the time being. There was definitely no lack of energy for it to absorb in this space. After the vermilion bird entered this place, it was like a fish in water. It flew around to its heart's content, and was not affected in the slightest. Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself, this place is worthy of being called the divine bird of the fire god. These flames cannot harm it at all. After a while, Xia Xuanxuan's condition was much better. She started to talk to Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao was also happy to chat with this girl. He did not know how long he would have to fly here. However, he thought that it would not be as long as he flew in the chaotic burial space. After all, the vermilion bird was familiar with the situation here. Moreover, it was a peak mid-level 11th level divine beast. Its speed was not something that he could compare with when he was a divine king in the chaotic burial space. From time to time, there would be some black things flashing in the sea of flames. Before Ling Xiao could see what it was, the vermilion bird had already pounced on it and swallowed it. The little vermilion bird on the big vermilion bird's back would also scuttle down from time to time to devour those black spots. Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked Xia Xianxian, Xianxian, do you know what they are eating? Those are fire-venomous bugs. They are the food of Auntie Bird and the rest. They contain a lot of origin of fire. The fire venom is negligible to Auntie Bird and the rest. Xia Xianxian answered obediently. Ling Xiao sighed softly. So that's how it is. Then Xia Xianxian continued. However, there are a lot of annoying flame beasts here. They are very fierce and they actually want to seize Auntie Bird's territory. However, they return without success every time. The most annoying thing is that there are too many of them to count. It seems like there is no end to them. They also happen to be near the source stone. Therefore, if we want to obtain the source stone, we must fight with those flame beasts. Auntie Bird was almost injured when she tried to obtain the source stone for me. Ling Xiao had heard from Xia Xianxian that she had seen those flame beasts before. However, he had not seen what they looked like, so he could not make a conclusion. However, they were existences that even the vermilion bird was afraid of. How powerful and terrifying were they? While they were talking, the vermilion bird had already flown tens of thousands of miles. The fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the color of the flames had also become darker. At this area, even a top-grade god king would have to stop. If they continued to enter, they would be burned to ashes. Ling Xiao was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. If he could cultivate here and let the heavenly fire pearl absorb the origin energy here, it would definitely be able to advance. Perhaps in the future, his firepower would be even greater. If he could directly threaten a supreme being with a top-grade heavenly fire, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. As he thought of this, Ling Xiao decided that he must find a way to increase the heavenly fire pearl's level. When that time came, not only would the heavenly fire pearl benefit, but his strength would also increase. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird had flown for more than a month. Xia Xianxian, who was on its back, was no longer active. Instead, she had become dizzy. It was obvious that she hated this kind of endless flight. She hated this kind of lonely journey. Ling Xiao looked at her and felt that it was really difficult for her. He did not know how she had endured the first time she came here. Xianxian, if you feel bored, sit down and cultivate. This is beneficial to your growth. Don't waste time. Ling Xiao said to Xia Xianxian. Big brother, I feel like I'm dying of heat and stuffy. How can I cultivate in peace? Xia Xianxian replied. It's because of the heat and stuffy that the heart calms down. That's why time passes so quickly. Ling Xiao explained. Really? I'll give it a try, Xia Xianxian said. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed and began to cultivate. Gradually, Xia Xuanxuan's impetuous heart calmed down. She entered a state where she forgot about herself. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Then he began to feel the power of the origin energy here. He hoped that he could step into the Supreme Being level as soon as possible. He felt as if he could step into it with one foot. However, there was always an invisible threshold that stopped him. He knew that this would be the biggest and most difficult bottleneck in his life. The more it was so, the more he could not be anxious. In the following days, he kept deducing the power of the world. He kept making it come alive. He also infused his divine power into it. However, he was still unable to make it into something that could be used. However, after some effort, he finally found some key points. He only cared about infusing his divine power into it, but he had neglected a key point. Although the power of the origin energy was created by humans, it needed to be condensed with a large amount of divine power. However, it lacked conscious control. It was impossible to make it attack like a living thing. In other words, he forgot to infuse his soul power. Only by combining soul power and divine power could he make this tangible thing come alive. From then on, it could achieve a kind of terrifying attack that was like a living thing. To put it simply, these attacks were led by him. His consciousness must be in it to be able to control the attack as he pleased. After understanding this point, Ling Xiao was almost wild with joy. As long as he could further perfect it, and better use the chaotic flow attacks in the space that matched his attributes, he would be able to take that step. However, before Ling Xiao could feel happy, the divine beast vermilion bird screamed in fear. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian became tense. They wanted to see what was going on. The sea of fire around them became a little more chaotic. Meteor after meteor of energy kept tumbling and colliding, and even the vermilion bird had to dodge. Those meteorites weren't just ordinary flames. They were real flaming meteorites. Each of them had a different size. However, the power they carried was tremendous. If any King God Realm expert got hit by these flaming meteorites, he would die without a doubt. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist it. This kind of flaming meteorite that had been burning in the fire sea for a long time was the real top-notch divine material. To a divine tool master, each piece was a rare divine item. Ling Xiao was so happy. If he didn't take some flaming meteorites here, how could he live up to this trip? However, the real danger had quietly appeared. Chapter 1436. Fire meteorites were also meteorites that came from the turbulent flows of space. However, once they entered this sea of fire, they would be burned by these flames for a long time. If these meteorites weren't destroyed, they would become concentrated fire meteorites, and the fire essence they contained would be extremely rich. This was the top-notch divine material to refine fire-class weapons. Each piece could be sold at a sky-high price to the divine tool masters. The vermilion bird mythological beast dodged to the left and right, easily avoiding the impact of the densely packed meteorites. The power of this attack could be compared to a half-incipient God Realm warrior's full power strike. Although the vermilion bird was at the intermediate level of level 11, it was still troublesome to deal with so many fire meteorites. Moreover, the vermilion bird didn't want to waste its energy here because it knew that after crossing this area, its enemies would appear. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was unwilling to miss out on these fiery meteorites. He wanted the vermilion bird to release its protective divine light, so that he could go out and collect some fiery meteorites, but it refused. Ling Xiao was also impatient. He couldn't force his way out of the vermilion bird's protective light. If the vermilion bird left, he would die if he stayed here. Eventually Ling Xiao whispered, "Forget it. We'll take these fire meteorites when we get out. Now getting the Genesis Stone is more important." After the vermilion bird flew for a while, Ling Xiao found a lot of fire god crystals. He was so happy. However, these fire god crystals were just food for the two vermilion birds. They absorbed them to replenish their energy. In such a dangerous place, it was expected that Lulu would find a divine object. Pay attention. We're about to reach the place where the fire beasts appear. The vermilion bird reminded them. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian became vigilant. The vermilion bird sped up all of a sudden, dashing towards the deep purple fire area. The fire here was enough to threaten any incipient God Realm expert. The fire here was absolutely terrifying. At this point, the heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's mind became quiet. Clearly, the flames in this place had caused it to become wary. Perhaps there was a higher level of heavenly fire pearl here, and heavenly fire pearls could also devour each other to advance. Thus, the power of Ling Xiao's heavenly fire pearl was clearly unable to withstand the power of this place. If Ling Xiao lost the protection of the vermilion bird here, it would be difficult for him to survive here for a long time. Whoosh! The vermilion bird let out a series of shrill screeches. It suddenly changed its direction and pounced in one direction. It waved its feathers rapidly, and the nearby flames surged forward. Pung pung. As the flames created a brief vacuum, a monster covered in flames suddenly appeared in front of them. This monster should be the fire beast that Xia Xianxian had mentioned. It didn't have complete facial features. It only had a pair of narrow eyes and a sharp beak. It looked like a rat, but its body was like a snake. Flaming scales covered its body. Its entire body was filled with thick purple flames. Its life aura wasn't strong. Obviously, it was a beast that hadn't completed its transformation yet. It already had the power of a level 10 expert. It dashed directly towards the vermilion bird. However, before it could reach the vermilion bird, the power of the vermilion bird's feathers directly scattered its body. Just as Ling Xiao thought that this fire beast couldn't withstand a single blow from the vermilion bird, he found that its scattered body had automatically reconstructed itself. Soon, it recovered its original appearance. Its aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it seemed to have strengthened. What's going on? Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. Xia Xianxian explained. The fire beast is formed from the accumulation of these flames over a long period of time. It has an almost indestructible body here. Furthermore, every time its body disintegrates and reconstructs itself, it will obtain another chance to transform. It's just like Auntie K and Sister K, who have an immortal body. They only need a drop of blood to be reborn. The vermilion bird had the ability to be reborn from nirvanic rebirth. After 9 births and 9 deaths, it could transform into an advanced divine beast. He never thought that this fire beast would have a similar ability. However, the vermilion bird clearly had the ability to deal with it. When its body was being reconstructed, the beast core in its head was the final key. This beast core contained a large amount of primordial fire-type energy. It was perfect for the vermilion bird to devour. The vermilion bird charged towards it quickly. Its sharp beak pecked the center of the fire beast's forehead and pecked out its beast core. It then immediately swallowed it. Looks like these fire beasts aren't enough to. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. However, before he could finish his sentence, his dragon eyes filled with shock as he stared in front of him. A dense horde of fire beasts had appeared in front of him. They seemed to be walking on fire. Yet they also seemed to be born from the flames. They let out low, ear-piercing cries as their fiery eyes filled with a thick sense of evil. Bang bang. Hundreds of fire beasts could not speak in the human language. They had no sense of reason at all. All they knew was that their companion had been killed. Hence, they joined forces against their common enemy and spat out terrifying flames towards the vermilion bird. This power caused the fiery region, which was already extremely dangerous, to become even more terrifying. Fortunately, these fire beasts were not at the 11th rank. Based on the vermilion bird's abilities, it could charge through them directly. The divine beast vermilion bird completely ignored the attacks. Its protective divine light blocked all of their attacks. It spread its 10,000-meter-long wings and charged right through the flaming beasts. Its wings were like the sharpest divine weapon, directly slicing the fire beasts in front of it in half. The vermilion bird's speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had charged through the fire beast's obstruction and charged forward. However, these fire beasts seemed to be innumerable. They appeared in every corner and continuously chased after the vermilion bird. Xia Xianxian, who was on the vermilion bird's back, was so frightened that she screamed continuously. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's expression became grim. He could sense that there were more and more fire beasts appearing, and their powers were getting stronger. There were already more than 10 fire beasts at the peak of the 10th rank. In such an environment, their attack power was already comparable to that of an average refined martial artist. It was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the fact that the vermilion bird was also a fire elemental existence, it would certainly have fallen here. There had always been rumors that the Nirvana space was the vermilion bird's territory. Now it seemed that an unexpected change had happened here. As the number of fire beasts increased, the vermilion bird could only avoid them. It relied on its speed to escape the fire beast's attacks at its fastest speed. However, there were suddenly 2 even bigger fire beasts in front of the vermilion bird. Looking at their aura, it was obvious that they were the masters of these fire beasts. Their powers had already reached the 11th rank. Their appearance had become more perfect. Their facial features were formed, their scales were even thicker, and their aura was even more vigorous. There were also many fire beasts following them. They were in a battle formation as if they would only be satisfied when they knocked the vermilion bird off its horse. This is bad. These 2 fire beasts are very powerful. Last time, they were the ones who stopped Aunt Sparrow from taking the Genesis Stone. They almost injured Aunt Sparrow. Xia Xianxian exclaimed worriedly. 2 11 fire beasts could put the vermilion bird in a difficult situation. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Ling Zhao's expression became extremely solemn. Although he knew that the Nirvana space was extremely dangerous, he did not expect the creatures here to be so terrifying. According to his guess, there were definitely more than 2 11th rank fire beasts. Obtaining the Genesis Stone would definitely be an extremely difficult and dangerous journey. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for Ling Zhao to retreat. He had to think of a way to help the vermilion bird. Ling Zhao shouted at Xia Xianxian, "Xianxian, you and Sister K, should hold on tight. Don't be thrown out." Ling Zhao realized the seriousness of the situation. He had to prepare for the worst. Once the vermilion bird's protective divine light was broken, they would all be in trouble. If Xia Xianxian was thrown out of the flames, she would definitely die. Currently, the vermilion bird had already entered its most powerful battle state. Its feather attack carried a monstrous flame as it attacked the 2 fire beasts. The surrounding flames seemed to be used by the vermilion bird. All the flames emitted an unprecedented and terrifying power as they attacked and burned. Although the fire beasts were born here, this was the vermilion bird's true territory. It was the god of fire. The 10th rank fire beasts that charged forward were immediately assimilated by the vermilion bird's flames. Their beast cores were also burned into ashes. It was impossible for them to be reborn. In just one move, the surrounding fire area was stirred up, and almost 100 fire beasts were killed. It was obvious that the vermilion bird was enraged. The 2 11th rank fire beasts also started to move. They were born here and were immune to the power of fire. They blocked the vermilion bird's feather attack and lost many scales on their bodies. However, it was not enough to kill them. They emitted a thick aura of malice as they pounced toward the vermilion bird. The impact was so powerful that cracks appeared on the vermilion bird's protective divine light. The vermilion bird was enraged. It waved its wings left and right, turning them into sharp blades that filled the sky as it tried to dismember the two fire beasts. However, even though their bodies had been sliced into pieces, they were able to recover at an extremely fast speed. They used their long bodies to wrap around the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird flipped up and down to evade the attacks. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian, who were on its back, lost their balance and almost fell out of its body. Ling Xiao shouted, "Xianxian, you must hug the vermilion bird." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately knocked his divine Bodhi bow. He must kill one of the fire beasts to temporarily resolve the crisis before him. However, at this moment, one of the fire beasts swept its body across the vermilion bird's back. Its target was Xia Xianxian. Chapter 1437. The power of the flaming beast was terrifying. Since the vermilion bird was restrained by the other flaming beast, it wasn't easy for it to dodge this attack. Of course, this attack couldn't hurt the vermilion bird. However, Xia Xianxian would definitely fall into the boundless sea of fire. The situation was critical. Watch out! Before Ling Xiao could shoot his arrow, he screamed and jumped to the other side of Xia Xianxian. He stood in front of her so that she wouldn't get hit. The flame beast's body swept over with great force. It heavily smashed onto the vermilion bird's protective divine light, causing the divine light to crack. This attack was comparable to the intermediate stage of level 11. This flaming beast's power was terrifying. No wonder it could challenge the vermilion bird. The rebounding force shook the vermilion bird's body. Xia Xianxian was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. A powerful force suddenly came. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. He raised his palms and slapped the force. He wouldn't allow Xia Xianxian to be hurt. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions resounded unceasingly. The raging fire spread everywhere. The vermilion bird had already taken the opportunity to fly to the side of the other fire beast. It clawed at the fire beast's body, tearing it apart. At the same time, it pecked at the fire beast's forehead. Only when the beast's core of the flaming beast was broken could it be killed. The other flaming beast seized the chance to attack the vermilion bird from behind. With a closer look, there was one person missing from the vermilion bird's back. Big brother. Big brother, where are you? Don't scare me. Xia Xianxian pulled herself together and looked around. Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but cry out in fear. It turned out that when Ling Xiao blocked the attack for Xia Xianxian, he was blown off the back of the vermilion bird. The flames here could burn anyone below the Supreme Being level into ashes. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't withstand it. Although Xia Xianxian knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, she did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to withstand the terrifying flames here. Big brother, it's all my fault. I'll die with you. Xia Xianxian cried her heart out. She even wanted to jump off the back of the vermilion bird. However, the little vermilion bird transformed into a human and held onto Xia Xianxian tightly. Don't worry, little Xianxian. He should still be alive. He might be waiting for an opportunity to help mother. The little vermilion bird's words were indeed effective. Xia Xianxian immediately stopped her silly actions and looked at the little vermilion bird as she asked, "Sister Kair, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. I can even sense his aura nearby," the little vermilion bird replied. This time, Xia Xianxian was finally relieved. Indeed, after Ling Xiao was blasted away, he did not die. Instead, he fell into the sea of fire, which burned him in excruciating pain. Even though he had the help of the heavenly fire pearl, he still felt excruciating pain. If he were to be burned in this place for 10 days to half a month, his body would probably melt. It was a good thing that his physical body was strong to begin with. Coupled with the help of the heavenly fire pearl, he was still able to withstand the flames. As long as he had time to absorb the flames and refine them, he might be able to adapt to the heat in this place. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not have the chance to do so before he was targeted by many 10th level flaming beasts. They charged towards Ling Xiao and attempted to devour Ling Xiao whole. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He had to deal with these flaming beasts as soon as possible and return to the vermilion bird's side. If he were to be separated from it, He would not know where to go next. Ling Xiao had once stayed in the chaotic area of the chaotic burial space, and was used to such a space that was filled with violent energy. He could withstand the power of the flames for the time being. He took a step forward and moved like a ghost. His finger turned into an arrow and shot towards the flaming beasts' foreheads. Swoosh swoosh. Beams of fiery light shot directly towards the flaming beasts' foreheads. These flaming beasts didn't have a strong defense. To Ling Xiao, they could be killed in just one attack. They were just at the middle or low level of 10th level flaming beasts. To Ling Xiao, they weren't a threat. However, the peak of 10th level flaming beasts gave Ling Xiao a headache. They were like fish in the water in this sea of fire. They were so intimidating that even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist them. Waves of fire came one after another with tremendous power. There were also a few that bit or rammed into Ling Xiao, wanting to trap and kill him before they were satisfied. Ling Xiao's murderous aura rose. He strode towards the divine beast vermilion bird. However, the divine beast vermilion bird seemed to be in trouble. 2 more level 11 flaming beasts had forced it to run away as if it had forgotten Shi Yan. Oh no! If I get separated from the divine beast vermilion bird, what should I do? Ling Xiao screamed. Right after that, he didn't hesitate to use his god's eyes to look into the distance and chase after the divine beast vermilion bird. However, the divine beast vermilion bird was at the peak of level 11. Its flying speed was so fast. How could Ling Xiao catch up with it? Not only could Ling Xiao not catch up with it, but he was also besieged by many flaming beasts. He had to break through the encirclement. However, those flaming beasts were in their own territory. They were moving fast, and they were besieging him in groups. It wasn't easy to cut a bloody way out. Moreover, those flaming beasts were almost immortal. If he couldn't break their beast dawn, they could recover immediately. Ling Xiao could only pray that no level 11 flaming beasts would appear. Otherwise, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, several peak level 10 flaming beasts had already surrounded him. The waves of fire they spat out together were extremely turbulent, and they directly enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to counterattack. He originally wanted to use the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying technique to quickly destroy them. However, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of trying to use the power of the origin universe to attack. He immediately did it. He spread his palms, and the familiar power of the primordial world appeared in his eyes. The fresh trees and flowers, the golden wolf king, the Qilin divine beast, the golden dragon divine beast, the ice mountain, the chilly wind, the volcanic crater, all appeared in front of his eyes. However, just based on this illusory scene, not to mention destroying the flaming beasts, it was impossible for it to spread here. However, along with the injection of Ling Xiao's divine energy, the primordial world instantly became a few tens of thousands of meters wide, and it completely enveloped the nearby fiery domain. After that, the world immediately underwent a new change as his soul energy was injected into it. The tree fire spirit grew rapidly, the golden wolf king howled, the Qilin divine beast burst into flames, the true dragon divine beast soared to the 9 heavens, icebergs and chilly winds were formed in an instant, and the crater of the volcano was ready to erupt at any moment. All of these images weren't just illusory attacks like they were in the past. Shockingly, they were material existences that were condensed into form, and they were like an expanse of spatial turbulence as they charged and enveloped the flaming beasts. The reason it was so difficult for Ling Xiao's primordial world to form was because he cultivated in multiple elements at the same time, and his original world energy was at the top-rate royal grade realm. So it wasn't so easy to comprehend the crux of it. If it was purely the energy of the elements, then Ling Xiao would have probably comprehended it a long time ago. Presently, the energy of the primordial world was still weak and incomplete, but its might couldn't be underestimated. However, in this fiery domain, the tree fire spirit, golden wolf, ice mountain, and so on hadn't been able to exert their true might before they were burned to death. Fortunately, the Qilin divine beast and the volcanic crater's might was boosted instead, and they charged directly into the midst of the flaming beasts and wreaked havoc on their bodies. However, this attack hadn't completely destroyed their beast cores, and they still had a chance to be reborn. However, Ling Xiao didn't want them to be reborn, and he'd already thought of a way to subdue them. He directly flashed over and gathered their beast cores together. And then he used his energy to isolate the nearby flames. His palm was immediately suffused with a cold energy, and layers of ice crystals firmly sealed their beast cores, causing them to be unable to gather the flames from the outside world and reform their bodies. Ling Xiao's thick ice seal couldn't be maintained for long under such high temperatures, so he put them into the medicinal cauldron and completely isolated them from this fiery domain, making it impossible for them to be reborn. After taking down these peak of the 10th step flame beasts, the pressure on Ling Xiao was greatly reduced, and he immediately broke out of the encirclement. He didn't know how long he had been running for, but he had completely lost sight of the vermilion bird divine beast. However, the number of flame beasts he encountered wasn't few at all, and the power of the flames was getting stronger and stronger, burning him to the point that he felt extremely uncomfortable. This made him wonder if he had rushed to the territory of the flame beasts. Ling Xiao really had no other choice. He simply stopped moving, and as long as the flame beasts appeared, he would immediately kill them. After all, the intelligence of the flame beasts wasn't high, and they only knew how to attack blindly. Their defense was extremely weak, allowing him to easily destroy the beast's core, or directly pick it out and freeze it. Ling Xiao unexpectedly discovered that the heavenly fire pearl was extremely interested in the flame beast's beast core, and actually sent him a message that it wanted to absorb it. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately took out a flame beast's beast core that was sealed in ice. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm, and entangled with the beast core. The beast core actually wanted to borrow the power of the flames to regenerate its body, but its power was forcefully absorbed and divided by the flames, causing it to be unable to borrow the flames at all. It even sucked the beast core's power into its sea of consciousness. The demonic heavenly fire pearl released a cheerful intent, and its suction force immediately increased. A ball of flame wrapped around the beast core, absorbing the beast core's power to its heart's content. Ling Xiao could feel that as the heavenly fire pearl absorbed the power of the inferno beast's core, the flames it emitted were actually able to assimilate the power of the inferno realm's raging flames, and reduce the pain he felt. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He believed that as long as the demonic heavenly fire pearl absorbed the power of a few more beast cores, it would definitely be able to completely resist the power of the fire domain, allowing him to move freely here. He wouldn't need to consume too much divine power to block the flames. However, just as Ling Xiao was feeling complacent, a stage 11 flame beast quietly appeared. This time he was definitely in big trouble. Chapter 1438. Even though it was only a low-level 11th order flame beast, its strength was amplified here, and its attack power was definitely comparable to that of a peak low-level beast, or even a mid-level one. Ling Xiao was so focused on absorbing the power of the beast core, that he didn't notice that the 11th order flame beast had quietly arrived. It seemed to be more patient, and its eyes, which were filled with hostility, were emitting a thick radiance. It was only 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, it sped up and swooped down like a wave of fire. The flame beast's life aura was extremely weak, and this was its territory. If it wanted to hide, it would not be easy to find, not to mention that it was so powerful. When Ling Xiao noticed the movement, it was already too late for him to dodge. He roared in alarm and swung his fist to block it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collision of forces caused the entire fiery domain to churn endlessly. A figure was knocked far away by the wave of fire, and the golden blood he spat out was instantly evaporated by the flames here. Ling Xiao was injured. There was no way he wouldn't be injured. The other party was an 11th order flame beast, and the power of its charge was enormous. If it weren't for his abnormal physical body, this blow would have been enough to take his life. Ling Xiao dragged his injured body and retreated, the ancient Emperor Divine Art constantly healing his injuries. At the same time, the Bodhi Divine Bow appeared in his hand, and a non-Bodhi Divine arrow was knocked on it as he instantly shot towards the flame beast. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the Bodhi Divine arrow was because the fire attribute energy here was too violent. As the saying goes, fire restrains wood, so it would be difficult for him to display the true power of the Bodhi Divine Bow. Instead, it would waste the limited Bodhi Divine arrow, So Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the special top-grade arrow instead. However, after changing to the special arrow, he couldn't display the true power of the Bodhi Divine Bow. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was not the same as before. Even if he couldn't display the terrifying power of the Bodhi Divine Bow, the power of this arrow was enough to shake an ordinary sovereign. After all, Ling Xiao had raised all of his strength, and his combat strength was definitely very powerful. Xiao. The divine arrow feather attacked the flaming beast. However, before the divine arrow feather could reach the flaming beast, it was burned to ashes by the raging flames in front of it. I'm going to faint. I forgot that these flames can burn any divine weapon. Only ancient god weapons can withstand it. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, and continued to retreat. At the same time, he stretched out 2 fingers, and 2 completely different forces blasted towards the flaming beast. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art 6th move. Twin Dragon Baneful Wind. The fire burned the finance, and the wind fueled the fire of the liquid gold. This kind of destructive force directly hit the flame beast's forehead. Not only did the flame beast not avoid it, but it also opened its mouth and absorbed the energy. Rumble. The power of Ling Xiao's finger attack could be compared to the power of a true incipient god realm expert. It directly exploded the flaming beast. The flame beast's body started to fester, but it quickly recovered with the help of the fire. Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity to close in once again. He pointed out with his finger again, and this time, it was even more powerful than before. This finger attack was the real killer move. The previous finger attack was just a trick to distract the enemy. It was the embodiment of Ling Xiao's rich fighting experience, and also his brilliant fighting skills. Indeed, the flame beast with low intelligence couldn't dodge. Its forehead was directly hit by Ling Xiao's finger attack. The finger radiance directly broke through the flame beast's not very thick defense, and directly attacked its beast core. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use this finger attack to blow up the flame beast. It just affected its movement a little bit, making it unable to recover quickly, and affecting its attack. Ling Xiao roared and used the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art one more time. The power of his fist directly smashed the entire space into nothingness. Each of his punches smashed the flame beast's body into smithereens. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to have gone all out. Each of his punches contained all his divine power. Each punch was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. In the end, the flame beast's head was also blown up by Ling Xiao's punch. The beast core wanted to regenerate its power, but Ling Xiao directly grabbed it and sealed it in ice. He didn't give it any chance and quickly put it into the medicine cauldron. After taking down the 11th level flame beast, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had used up a lot of his divine power. He immediately took out a divine elixir and swallowed it, recovering much of his strength. At the same time, the demon heavenly fire pearl continued to absorb the flame beast's beast core to increase its power, so that he could adapt to the environment here as much as possible. For some reason, after the 11th level flame beast appeared, no other flame beasts rushed over. It was as if they had all disappeared at the same time. Ling Xiao was happy to have the peace and quiet. He immediately sped up the absorption of the flame beast's beast core. After a few beast cores were absorbed by the heavenly fire pearl, the heavenly fire pearl's power increased greatly. Quite a bit of feedback power flowed down towards Ling Xiao's divine bridge. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that these flame beast's beast cores would actually allow the heavenly fire pearl to advance. The power it gave back just happened to deepen his foundation, allowing him to compress it again and again. Once he broke through to the Supreme Being stage, he would definitely be able to stabilize his realm. After all, the heavenly fire pearl still couldn't reach the same level of strength as him. Unless it advanced another level, the power it gave back might be able to break through his realm's strength and directly reach the Supreme Being stage. Of course, if he wanted to advance another level, he still had to absorb a large amount of fire attribute energy here, or the flame beast's beast cores. Ling Xiao didn't act too hastily. Now that the heavenly fire pearl had advanced, the burning pain had disappeared. He only felt a little hot and dry here, but other than that, he didn't feel any discomfort. However, if he wanted to continue advancing, he still wouldn't be able to block out even more intense flame areas. He didn't dare to move recklessly now. He continued to absorb the flame beast's beast cores and the flame energy around him, replenishing the heavenly fire pearl's power. At the same time, he quietly waited for the vermilion bird to come find him. He believed that the vermilion bird was incomparably familiar with this place. Not only could it shake off the flame beasts, it could also sense his presence. However, after staying here for a long time, the vermilion bird still hadn't come to find him. This made Ling Xiao a little annoyed. If he were to let him wander around this vast fire field, he didn't know when he would reach the end. He allowed the heavenly fire pearl to absorb the energy here on its own. At the same time, he prepared to look around to see if he could find any divine objects. The Genesis stone was in the flame beast's territory. Could it be here as well? Just as Ling Xiao was using his god's eye to scan the surroundings, another danger quietly approached. Ling Xiao observed for a while, and saw that there were fire divine crystals and fire meteorites nearby. He didn't think twice and immediately went over to collect them. The fire divine crystals that could be preserved well in this place could be considered top-quality divine crystals. Compared to ordinary divine crystals, they were dozens of times more valuable. To warriors who cultivated the fire attribute, they were the best divine crystals to absorb. Moreover, the fire meteorites in this place were much purer than the ones he had encountered on the way here. After he collected these divine crystals and fire meteorites, he wanted to continue searching. However, the heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness kept jumping, sending out extremely intense and nervous signals. What's going on? Ling Xiao also became anxious. All of a sudden, a wave of fire that was even more intense than the ones in this area rushed over. Ling Xiao thought that it was the appearance of an even more terrifying flame beast, so he hastily retreated. However, the strange thing was that the fire waves were just scaring people. They actually all retreated, and all the flames in the vicinity were surging towards one direction, as if something was attracting them. Ling Xiao felt very strange. The heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness was jumping more and more violently, as if a great enemy was approaching. Ling Xiao looked through the flames and gradually saw a vague shadow. This shadow was definitely not a flame beast, but the shadow of a bird beast. The bird raised its head, its body was thin, and its flaming wings were fluttering. When the fire bird came closer, Ling Xiao was so happy. Vermilion bird divine beast. This fire bird looked exactly the same as the vermilion bird divine beast. It looked exceptionally beautiful. Right when Ling Xiao was about to confront it, his face suddenly changed. He shouted in fear, "No, it's not the vermilion bird." Following that, he quickly retreated, his body already drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Although this fire bird looked exactly the same as the vermilion bird, it did not have the rich life aura of the vermilion bird. The color of its feathers was also completely different, and there was no xia xianxian or the little vermilion bird on its back. Its sharp eyes were filled with intense hostility. It gave off a feeling similar to the flame beast, but it was much more terrifying. This was a terrifying realm that had reached the middle stage of the 11th level. This firebird had actually sucked away all the flames within tens of thousands of meters, turning the area into nothingness. It stared at Ling Xiao with a savage expression, but it did not attack immediately. Instead, it looked up to the sky and chirped a few times. Screech. As its voice fell, the heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness kept urging him to leave. If he did not leave, the heavenly fire pearl would rush out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and escape by itself. Ling Xiao was no longer confident. Facing this firebird that had caused the heavenly fire pearl to lose its composure, he had no chance of winning. If he did not escape, he would die. Ling Xiao turned around and began to escape at full speed. His speed was comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being, so fast that not even his shadow could be seen. However, even though he was fast, the firebird was even faster. It had the ability to control all flames. With a flap of its wings, countless flaming feathers immediately circled around Ling Xiao from both sides, sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Then, the firebird's real body finally moved, pecking directly at Ling Xiao's head. This firebird was already at the mid-stage 11th level, and its speed was many times faster than Ling Xiao's. In the blink of an eye, It was above Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao did not even have a chance to react. The firebird was already pecking at Ling Xiao's head. This peck would definitely kill a low-level supreme being. Even a mid-level supreme being would die if he could not avoid it. After all, the head was the most important part of a human. Once it was destroyed, death was inevitable. Ling Xiao was only at the great circle of the incipient god realm. Could he withstand the power of this firebird's peck? Chapter 1439. Pain. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain from the top of his head, and his entire body was sent plummeting downwards. Fortunately, his head was fine. With the powerful defense of the divine dragon phoenix hoop, his head wouldn't be damaged. Unless he had a top-grade ancient divine weapon, Ling Xiao's head would at most feel a jolt of pain no matter what kind of heavy blow he received. On the other hand, the firebird was sent flying by the power of the divine dragon phoenix hoop. Its sharp beak was deformed, and it cried out in pain. The way it looked at Ling Xiao had changed. It had thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow, but it didn't expect that it would peck a steel plate instead. It was in so much pain. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and rubbed his head, which was still intact. He rejoiced in his heart. This bird is really scary. It's best to escape. Ling Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer, and tried to escape again. He didn't have the strength to challenge this firebird. Ling Xiao directly dove into this space. This was the direction that the heavenly fire pearl had pointed him in. Regardless of whether it was correct or not, he had to escape first. This time, Ling Xiao used all his strength and fled at full speed. He definitely couldn't let this firebird target him again. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. The firebird seemed to be afraid of Ling Xiao, and it didn't chase after him immediately. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been fleeing. He discovered that the flames below were becoming more and more intense, burning him to the point that even the power of the heavenly fire pearl couldn't withstand it. F***CK, what kind of flames are these? Even a supreme being is about to be burned to death. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly up quite a distance. He knew that if he continued to go down, he would definitely be roasted by the purplish-black flames below. Needless to say, the purplish-black flames below were definitely top-grade flames. Why did the heavenly fire pearl bring him here? Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, he looked through the thick purplish-black flames and discovered a purplish-black boulder. This purplish-black boulder was extremely thick, and the purplish-black flames seemed to have appeared on it. Ling Xiao could feel a strong primordial energy from this boulder. This was a kind of energy that could only be formed when the primordial energy was extremely concentrated. Is this the Genesis Source Stone? Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream in surprise. Ling Xiao's heart raced. He had never seen the Genesis Stone before, but he could feel the thick fire element Genesis power in this place. If it wasn't the Genesis Stone, it would be impossible. He had never thought that the Genesis Stone he needed would appear under his feet. No wonder why the Sky Fire Bead couldn't help but want to come here. If the Heaven Fire Bead could absorb all the dark purple flames around the Genesis Stone, it could grow into a more intimidating existence. At that time, its flame could even burn down a supreme incipient god realm expert. Whoosh! While Ling Xiao was thinking about how to take the Genesis Stone, the firebird screeched in fear. A fiery shadow dashed towards him. This time, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge anymore. He had to find a way to chase the firebird away. Otherwise, not only would he lose the Genesis Stone, but he would also be killed by the firebird. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone appeared. This time, he couldn't reserve anything. The God Soul clone had the power of a supreme expert, but it didn't have the supernatural abilities of a supreme expert. However, it could increase its fighting competence dozens of times. Moreover, it could use the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing technique. It was enough to stall the firebird. The God Soul clone punched out many terrifying fists. With the help of the firepower around, it continuously bombarded the firebird. The firebird looked disdainful. It flapped its wings, and countless amounts of fire energy were drawn to it. Unexpectedly, the fiery fists that Ling Xiao had shot out were smashed by it. Ling Xiao realized that he didn't know how to play with fire in front of it. The firebird quickly flew to the front of Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. Its flaming wings directly slashed at Ling Xiao's waist, trying to cut Ling Xiao into halves. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, but he faced the firebird's flaming wings head-on. He believed that the body of this firebird and the other flaming beasts wasn't perfect. They were all condensed from flames. Besides the fierceness of the fire, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful forces collided. Ling Xiao's fists didn't suffer much damage, but he was blown away by the firebird's power. The firebird's flaming wings slightly dispersed, and it instantly attracted the nearby flames to recover. In this environment, the firebird was almost invincible, unless Ling Xiao could hurt its beast core like he did with the flaming beasts. However, the firebird's power couldn't be compared to the flaming beasts. It was more than 10 times stronger than the previous level, 11 flaming beasts, and its intelligence was higher than theirs. Under such circumstances, even though Ling Xiao's God Soul clone had the ability to increase its power, it couldn't easily take it down. Moreover, it looked like it wanted to kill Ling Xiao, as if there was something about Ling Xiao that was worth its attention. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone unleashed the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art to the extreme, and the power it released was infinitely close to that of a mid-stage supreme being. The sea of flames in the vicinity surged and churned violently. Even though Ling Xiao was already fighting with all his strength, it was already very good that he could block the firebird's attack. It was almost impossible to take it down. His God Soul clone had consumed a lot of energy, and it was already injured multiple times. If he wasn't careful, this God Soul clone would be killed by the firebird. On the other side, Ling Xiao's true body was already making all his preparations. He was thinking of a way to get close to the firebird and use the Divine Bodhi Bow and Divine Bodhi Arrow to launch the best counterattack. This was the only ancient god weapon he could take out. Whether or not he could injure the firebird depended on this attack. However, the greatest weakness of the Divine Bodhi Bow was that it was greatly affected by the environment. Therefore, he had to get close to the firebird in order to guarantee that he could kill it in one shot. Of course, the best method was to use his God Soul clone to shoot. His strength was much stronger than his true body. However, without his God Soul clone to restrain it, how could his true body stand a chance against the firebird? However, before he shot, Ling Xiao did something shocking. His divine obsidian cauldron actually enveloped the purplish-black flames below, absorbing the vast amount of purplish-black flames into the cauldron. If it was an ordinary ancient god artifact, it would have been melted by the flames before it could collect them. However, the divine obsidian cauldron was a top-grade ancient god artifact like the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. It was one of the most powerful divine artifacts. The divine obsidian cauldron could absorb such a flame, and it was enough to burn a supreme incipient god realm expert into ashes. Why did Ling Xiao want to absorb this flame? In the next moment, the answer was clear. Ling Xiao lifted the divine obsidian cauldron, which had become so massive, with a powerful aura, as if he could move the mountain to repay the world. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was almost exhausted. It was no longer able to fight the firebird, so it instantly returned to his knowledge sea, lest the divine soul doppelganger was completely destroyed. That would not be worth it. The firebird found that Ling Xiao's God Soul clone was gone, so its target was Ling Xiao's true body. Come on, bastard, this king will play with fire with you. Ling Xiao roared angrily. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, he tilted the divine obsidian cauldron to the side, and his palm fiercely slapped the bottom of the divine obsidian cauldron. Clang! As Ling Xiao's palm slammed against the bottom of the divine obsidian cauldron, a terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star suddenly burst forth from the mouth of the cauldron. Countless purplish-black flames rapidly burned towards the firebird. These purple-black flames were extremely powerful. When they exploded, they drowned and replaced the ordinary purple flames. The temperature in the surroundings instantly soared. Even the protective divine light of a supreme expert would be completely burned and evaporated. Even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would be burned alive. The firebird seemed to be very afraid of these purple-black flames. It cried out in alarm, but it was already too late for it to escape. Its entire body was being burned, and its fiery feathers were constantly melting. Its entire body was about to be burned and destroyed. As for Ling Xiao, he wanted to take the opportunity to shoot arrows, but he was similarly burned by the terrifying flames. He hurriedly put away the divine obsidian cauldron and hid far away. At the same time, he used the heavenly fire pearl to get rid of these purple-black flames. However, these purple-black flames were extremely powerful. The flames of the heavenly fire pearl couldn't devour them. Instead, the purple-black flames incessantly burned Ling Xiao's arm. Very soon it was already charred black. It was so painful that Ling Xiao cried out repeatedly. He had no choice but to use the innate Yin Wind Pearl's Yin Qi and the ice attributes Absolute Chill to suppress these purple-black flames at the same time. He planned to extinguish them, but it was to no avail. These purple-black flames were too violent, and their power was too extreme. If there were more purple-black flames on his body, he would have been completely burned to ashes. Damn it, I might as well just cut off my arm. Ling Xiao was tormented to the point that he was sweating profusely. The pain was unbearable. His arm was about to be crippled, and it was still spreading to the other parts of his body. He roared in alarm and wanted to tear off his arm. After all, after reaching the Divine King realm, even broken limbs could be regenerated. It was just that it would consume a lot of divine power. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to do so, the heavenly fire pearl finally unleashed all its power. Balls of deep purple flames forcefully dragged the purple-black flames into the spiritual sea to refine it. After all, the heavenly fire pearl had just advanced, and its power had increased explosively. It might not be able to deal with a large amount of purple-black flames, but it could still deal with this bit of purple-black flames. Refining and absorbing these purple-black flames would also be of great benefit to the heavenly fire pearl. Ling Xiao sensed the situation of the heavenly fire pearl in his spiritual sea. The purple-black flames had already been devoured by it, and it was still giving off a feeling of joy. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly healed his charred arm. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "These flames are really terrifying. If I can collect some of them, even if I were to fight against a supreme being, I would be able to catch them off guard. I might even be able to burn them to death." Just as Ling Xiao was about to do so, he heard the firebird's cry of alarm again. Ling Xiao was shocked. It's still not dead. Chapter 1440. The firebird was also born here, but it imitated the vermilion bird divine beast's appearance and attack pattern, which puzzled Ling Xiao. However, its power of fire was at most one level higher than the heavenly fire bead, so it should have been melted by the purplish-black flames. But now he could still hear it screeching. This made Ling Xiao very surprised. Ling Xiao looked into the distance and saw a fiery figure struggling. The two flames were entangled, and the purplish-black flames had the upper hand. Under the fiery figure was the firebird's beast core. No, it wasn't a beast core, but a bead. A round jade-like bead was entangled by two kinds of flames, exuding a strong aura of fire origin. Above it was the shadow of the firebird. It was constantly struggling and gathering the power of fire, but it was unable to digest the purple-black flames all at once. It was as if it was being burned black and blue by the purple-black flames, but at the same time, it seemed as if it was trying to assimilate the purple-black flames and absorb them into the bead. After a while, as the purplish-black flames were absorbed into the bead, the firebird's shadow became much more real, and the color of its feathers gradually changed. However, it was still impossible for it to transform into a real firebird in an instant. It needed a much larger amount of purplish-black flames to achieve that. Moreover, the bead had also changed. Fine cracks appeared on the bead's body. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand absorbing and assimilating the purplish-black flames. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, This firebird is transformed from the heavenly fire bead? Could it be that the heavenly fire bead can transform when it reaches a certain level?" Ling Xiao thought back to the blazing flame bead that he had refined in the past. It was a bead that could take shape, but it didn't have any life aura. It was just an illusory form, and couldn't be compared to this firebird. And this bead that had transformed into a firebird clearly had this ability. He wondered if his demonic heavenly fire bead could also transform? Or could it become an independent existence after reaching a certain level? After all, everything in the world had its own laws. When things reached a certain level, they might be able to transform into something new. Otherwise, how could there be all sorts of creatures in the world? Ling Xiao finally understood why the demon sky fire bead was so nervous and afraid. It turned out that this firebird was the same kind of sky fire bead that wanted to devour it to advance. The reason why those flaming beasts no longer appeared was probably because of the appearance of the heavenly fire bead. This was the nirvana space, so this heavenly fire orb that could already transform into a human form for battle should be called the nirvana heavenly fire orb. Furthermore, it was currently undergoing its first round of evolution. Perhaps after this evolution, it could really become a different kind of divine beast, the vermilion bird. This nirvana heavenly fire orb was indeed worthy of its name. Now was definitely the best time for Ling Xiao to escape, but Ling Xiao did not want to give up on the urge to take this heaven-defying heavenly fire pearl for himself. Once he was unable to subdue it, he would definitely be devoured by it and die. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carefully consider whether he should make a move on this nirvanic heavenly fire pearl or not. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, but it was also the most dangerous crisis. The demon sky fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness kept urging Ling Xiao to leave. Even if it wanted to stay here and slowly increase its level, it did not want to become the energy for the nirvanic heavenly fire pearl to advance. It seems that it can't refine this purple-black fire in a short time. If I send more purple-black fire over, will it be able to burn that bead? If I do that, will its energy be divided? Ling Xiao ignored the demon sky fire bead's urging and thought about what to do next. In fact, deep in his heart, he really wanted to take this nirvanic heavenly fire pearl. Forget it. Let's go back and take the Genesis stone first. Ling Xiao could not think of how to take this nirvanic heavenly fire pearl, so he decided to take the Genesis stone first. The Genesis stone was covered by layers of purple-black fire. Ling Xiao could not get close to it. He did not want to be burned by these purple-black fire. Even if he could not get close to the Genesis stone, he had plenty of ways to take it. Ling Xiao enlarged the obsidian cauldron again and shrouded the Genesis stone below. While he was taking the Genesis stone, he was also taking a lot of purple-black fire. Even if these purple-black fire had the power to burn an ancient divine weapon, they were still a little weaker than the obsidian cauldron, a top ancient divine weapon. Rumble. When the Genesis stone was pulled up by the strong suction, it let out a series of muffled sounds, causing the purple-black fire nearby to become incomparably wild. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly up a bit more to avoid being touched by the purple-black flames. As the Genesis stone was slowly lifted, more and more pieces of dark purple divine crystals flew out from its original position. Ling Xiao was extremely happy. This kind of purple-black divine crystal was absolutely the purest and best of all divine crystals. How could he let it go? Ling Xiao waved his hand and sucked one of the purple-black divine crystals into his palm. An incomparably scorching power entangled him. There is still some purple-black fire left. The power it contains is really not random. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He directly shattered the purple-black fire and absorbed its power. Wisps of frantic power entered his body. He could clearly feel that the power contained in this purple-black divine crystal was more than 100 times thicker than the best quality fire divine crystal. This was a divine crystal that had stayed beside the Genesis stone for a long time. It was already stained with the Genesis power. The power it contained was naturally incomparably vast. To a god king who cultivated the fire attribute, this power was definitely not any weaker than a stalk of divine grass. Dozens of purple-black divine crystals were probably enough for a low-level god king to directly reach the peak of low-level god king realm. At the same time, it could also condense wisps of purple-black origin flame to strengthen the offensive power of the fire. Ling Xiao was extremely happy when he felt the surging power of these purple-black divine crystals. He waved his hand and collected all of them into the obsidian divine cauldron. The obsidian divine cauldron was divided into a total of 5 layers. Each layer had a different space. The first layer was the largest. He had already divided it into several regions. One region was for people to quietly cultivate. One region was for various divine materials. The purple-black divine crystals were grouped together in this region. The other region was for the purple-black fire and the Genesis stone. If he didn't divide the regions, Xinyu Xiangma and Jiang Xian would not have a place to stay in the medicinal cauldron. However, when most of the purple-black divine crystals fell into the divine cauldron, the nirvanic heavenly fire bead in the distance moved. It actually used the flames to directly sweep the purple-black divine crystals towards it. There were many purple-black divine crystals in the vicinity. Ling Xiao only collected half of them. The remaining half was actually snatched by the nirvanic heavenly fire bead. This really made Ling Xiao's heart ache. Damn the heavenly fire bead. Does it also want to absorb the power of these purple-black divine crystals? Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. At this moment, the mountain-like Genesis stone was finally completely collected by the obsidian divine cauldron. As the Genesis stone was taken, the space around this area became chaotic. The purple-black flames vaguely showed signs of storming up from below. Ling Xiao retrieved the obsidian divine cauldron. He already wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, when he looked at the nirvanic heavenly fire bead that had already healed the cracks on the bead, he was filled with reluctance. If it was collected and the demonic heavenly fire bead fused with it, its power would definitely be shocking. It could even melt an ancient divine tool. At that time, when fighting with any supremes, it would have a huge advantage. However, even if Ling Xiao racked his brains, he could not think of any way to subdue this nirvanic heavenly fire bead. After all, his demonic heavenly fire bead was definitely not of a higher level than the nirvanic heavenly fire bead, and his current strength was not enough to directly suppress it. Furthermore, none of his divine tools could do anything to it. Even the obsidian divine cauldron was unable to directly suck it into the cauldron. After all, it had already developed intelligence and consciousness. Unless it was willing, it would only be possible. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao already knew that he had no other choice but to leave immediately. Otherwise, the rising purple-black fire would float up and burn him to ashes. Right at this moment, a series of loud and clear neigh sounds rang out in alarm. Whoosh! Ling Xiao looked to the side and saw a fire shadow rushing over from a direction. On top of the fire shadow, there were obviously two human figures. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and quickly rushed towards the fire shadow. It was the vermilion bird divine beast. It had brought Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird to find him. When Xia Xianxian saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound, she immediately cried out, "Big brother! Big brother!" Previously, in order to get rid of those flame beasts, the vermilion bird had no choice but to bring Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird away. After all, it believed that Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird were the existences it valued the most. When Ling Xiao was blasted down, it could not immediately save him. Otherwise, if it was surrounded by those stage 11 flame beasts, it might still be able to deal with them and escape, but it would definitely affect the safety of Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird. Ling Xiao flew to the side of the vermilion bird divine beast, looked at Xia Xianxian and said, "Haha, it's great to be able to see you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Suddenly, Xia Xianxian threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried, "Big brother, I'm sorry I almost killed you. I thought you were gone." This girl's crying revealed her true feelings, which warmed Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao gently caressed Xia Xuanxuan's back and said, "Don't cry, I'm fine, aren't I? I just got separated from you guys, that's all. Let's go now, I've already obtained the Genesis stone." Ling Xiao didn't know how many days had passed since he had entered this nirvana space. It could have been 1 year or 2 years. However, as he could get the Genesis stone, he had reached his goal this time. However, when Ling Xiao let Xia Xianxian return to the vermilion bird divine beast's back, the vermilion bird divine beast discovered the existence of the nirvana flame bead and rushed towards it. Ling Xiao turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Don't go over." Chapter 1441. The Nirvana Skyfire bead's power was terrifying for it to be able to condense into an intermediate stage 11th level firebird. Ling Xiao's demonic Skyfire bead had just evolved. If it were to transform, it would at most reach advanced stage 10th level. The reason why it wasn't afraid of the flames here was naturally, because they came from the same source. It could also borrow their power to increase its strength. Therefore, even though the demonic Skyfire bead had evolved, it was still very fearful of the Nirvana Skyfire bead. If the Nirvana Skyfire bead could successfully break through this time, it would probably reach the peak of intermediate stage 11th level, or even advanced stage 11th level. However, the process of breaking through wasn't something that could be done overnight. It would take a few years if it was fast, and a few hundred years if it was slow. It might even take 1,000 years or more. As for the demonic Skyfire bead in Ling Zhao's consciousness, it was able to break through so quickly because its level wasn't too high. Secondly, it had been in Ling Zhao's consciousness for a long time, and had been cleansed by Ling Zhao's mental energy fluid and soul force. It already possessed a higher level of intelligence. Moreover, every time Ling Zhao's strength increased, it also benefited greatly. It had long reached a bottleneck, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to break through in a short period of time. The Nirvana Skyfire bead was trying to think of a way to resist the purplish-black flames. At the same time, it was planning to use the purplish-black flames to undergo a new round of transformation and breakthrough. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. The vermilion bird actually charged toward the Nirvana Skyfire bead. Ling Xiao was shocked to the extreme. Xia Xianxian had just returned to the vermilion bird's back. If she was touched by the purplish-black flames along with the vermilion bird, wouldn't she be dead? Ling Xiao instantly chased after her from behind. He used his dragon-capturing claw to grab Xia Xianxian. He had to protect her. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the vermilion bird. He couldn't even touch the corner of Xia Xuanxuan's clothes. No, Ling Xiao could already see the vermilion bird diving into the purplish-black flames to devour the Nirvana Skyfire bead. Ling Xiao's heart was already in his throat. He didn't hesitate to rush in that direction. There was a large amount of purplish-black flames in front of him. This was the result of using the medicinal cauldron to deal with the firebird. Now it had become his burial fire. But when Ling Xiao rushed over, a strange scene appeared. The large and small vermilion bird had already split up. The large vermilion bird held the escaping Nirvanic Skyfire orb in its mouth, as if it wanted to devour it, while the small vermilion bird had devoured all of the nearby purple-black flames. Xia Xianxian, on the other hand, was completely fine. The divine robe she wore emitted a powerful energy, wrapping around her perfectly, allowing her to remain completely unaffected by the sea of flames. Ling Xiao stopped in an instant and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the vermilion bird mythological beast had already prepared a backup plan. It had really given him a fright. Xianxian, come over here. The purplish-black flames are very scary. Ling Xiao shouted. The dragon-capturing claw reappeared and instantly pulled Xia Xianxian over from thousands of miles away. Big brother, I'm fine. I just feel a little hot. Xia Xianxian said. What are they doing? They even dare to absorb the purplish-black flames? Aren't they afraid of being hurt by the flames? Ling Xiao pointed at the two vermilion birds and said, Big brother, don't worry. They have the body of the fire god. No fire can hurt them. The purplish-black flames contain great power. It's the essence they need to enhance their strength. Xia Xianxian explained. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that the fire god was the vermilion bird divine beast. No matter how strong the flames were, they couldn't hurt them at all. He really worried for nothing. However, Ling Xiao was very concerned about the Nirvana flame pearl. It was actually swallowed by the vermilion bird divine beast. The vermilion bird divine beast cried out incessantly. Waves of flame spread out in all directions like waves of fire. The power of the vibrations was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao immediately pulled Xia Xianxian away without thinking. Once they were affected by its power, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The little vermilion bird divine beast didn't stay beside the big vermilion bird divine beast. It actually rushed towards the purplish-black flames that were floating in the air. It opened its mouth and tried to absorb them all. Ling Zhao's horizons were greatly broadened. A divine beast was worthy of being called a divine beast. It really wasn't something ordinary beasts could compare to. They really had a unique tenbin. After an unknown amount of time, The little vermilion bird had absorbed most of the purplish-black flames and the purplish-black divine crystals below. Its aura was now close to the peak of the mid-10th order. Obviously, these purplish-black divine crystals were great supplements for it, causing it to cry out happily. It flew back to Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian, and handed over a pile of purplish-black divine crystals to Xia Xianxian. Little Xianxian put them away. They'll be of great benefit to you. Xia Xianxian didn't stand on ceremony. She put these purplish-black divine crystals into her spatial ring and smiled. Thank you, Big Sister K. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have advanced to this realm so quickly. Indeed, when Xia Xianxian first entered this nirvana space, she was only at the level of the Holy Emperor. But after leaving this place, she reached the mid-stage Divine King realm in one fell swoop, and obtained the help of the vermilion bird divine beast. The purplish-black divine crystals in front of her were also a kind of divine object. For a fire attribute cultivator like her, they were of unparalleled benefit. Alright, let's go back first. Mother won't be done so soon. It might be taking this opportunity to make a breakthrough, the little vermilion bird said. It then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Thank you. If you hadn't come here and attracted this bead, my mother wouldn't have been able to find it and eat it. Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but then he waved his hand and said, It was just a coincidence. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with bitterness and satisfaction. He had wanted to take this nirvana fire bead for himself, but now it had become food for the vermilion bird divine beast. From the little vermilion bird's tone, it seemed like the big vermilion bird could use this nirvana fire bead to make a breakthrough and reach the advanced stage of the 11th stage. When that time came, its combat power would probably be unbeatable. Under the little vermilion bird's lead, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian left the big vermilion bird's territory. Their goal was to go to the vermilion bird divine beast's territory. The little vermilion bird was obviously very familiar with this place. It chose a direction that completely avoided the areas where flaming beasts roamed. Along the way, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask Xia Xianxian about the research on the vermilion bird divine beast's territory. Would it be a fire domain like this? However, Xia Xuanxuan's answer surprised Ling Xiao. It was a land that existed in the fire domain, and there was a very tall flaming tree. That tree was one of the 9 divine trees, the divine parasol tree. The divine parasol tree was a divine tree exclusively inhabited by vermilion birds and phoenixes. It had the aura and attributes of divine beasts, and a single parasol tree could make a martial artist have the body of a fire god. It could increase one's divine power, and was extremely helpful in controlling fire god power. Apart from that, it also had the miraculous effect of resurrection. This miraculous effect of resurrection was different from the miraculous effect of resurrection from the Tree of Immortality. The Tree of Immortality's sap and fruit could make a person who was almost dead come back to life. However, not only could the parasol tree revive a person who had just died, but it could also make that person's power more powerful than before they died. It could achieve the miraculous effect of resurrection, and greatly increase one's ability. Of course, one could not say that the parasol tree was of a higher level than the Tree of Immortality. In reality, among the 9 divine trees, the Tree of Immortality ranked higher than the parasol tree. After all, the Tree of Immortality could make mortals live forever, but the parasol tree did not have this miraculous effect. Apart from the parasol tree's fruit, its dry branches were top-notch divine materials that could be used to refine fire attribute divine weapons. The divine weapons refined from them could increase the fire attribute power by more than 10 times. Meanwhile, the parasol tree's leaf was a divine material that could increase one's divine power. Even for a supremacy, it had the miraculous effect of increasing one's power. It had reached the level of a supremacy divine material. Ling Xiao could not help but look forward to seeing this legendary divine tree as soon as possible. He thought to himself, it would be great if I could obtain some parasol tree fruits, parasol tree branches, and parasol tree leaves. It had to be said that Ling Xiao always had an insatiably greedy heart. Of course, this was everyone's nature. He was just showing his true nature. There was no time in the fire territory, and the little vermilion bird's flying speed was not as fast as the big vermilion bird's. Therefore, It would take a long time for it to fly. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian to reach their territory. Xia Xianxian had said that if the big vermilion bird had flown with them, they would have reached their destination by now. After all, the difference between the two vermilion birds was too big. Their flying speed was also more than 100 times slower. Of course, they were much slower. During these days, Ling Xiao had not been idle. He had let the demon sky fire bead absorb the flames in this area to increase its power. He had been studying the key to breaking through to the supremacy realm. He had further mastered the tearing technique of this chaotic space current to find his attribute and attack it. It was all thanks to the fire territory that he had learned how to use the power of fire to create the chaotic meteor attack. He could feel that his aura was becoming more and more unstable. He needed a place to continue studying the other attacks of the chaotic space current. As long as he could understand them all, he would be able to reach the incipient God realm. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to get to the vermilion bird's territory as soon as possible. Fortunately, after a long and slow flight, they finally saw a land area. That land area was in the middle of the fire territory. It was surrounded by a sea of fire, but there was not a single flame on this land. It was very strange. From a distance, there were many rocky mountains and a giant, red tree that reached the sky. It emitted waves of fiery divine light, which was extremely dazzling. This should be the divine parasol tree. It had a thick pole that rose straight up until it was over 100 meters tall. Many more poles grew out from it, crisscrossing and forming the shape of a bird's nest. The leaves that were like red needles densely covered a large area of space, and one could faintly see crimson sparkling fruits on them. They looked tender and alluring, causing one to drool just by looking at them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.